Across the ancient world, stone whispers secrets older than memory. From windswept deserts to jungle-shrouded ruins, the bones of forgotten civilizations rise from the earth, weathered, silent, enduring. But few speak so enigmatically as the megalithic temples of Malta. Set adrift in the heart of the Mediterranean, these limestone sentinels predate the pyramids of Egypt and Stonehenge by over 1,000 years. Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, Ġgantija. Their massive stones, some weighing over 20 tons, were carved, transported, and aligned with celestial precision, all in an age that officially had no metal tools, no wheels, no written language. Who were the people capable of such a feat? What vanished culture engineered these sacred structures, then disappeared without trace? Mainstream history offers theories, early farmers, isolated yet inspired. But as new evidence surfaces, so too do deeper questions and darker possibilities. Were these temples merely ceremonial centers, or something more? Could Malta's megaliths be the remnants of a forgotten epoch, one erased from history, yet etched into stone? Tonight, we journey to the edge of known history and peer beyond it. Join us as we ask the question, who really built the megalithic temples of Malta? Chapter 1. Ġgantija Temples. Gozo on. The island of Gozo, in the heart of the Mediterranean, lies stones that predate history itself. They rise quietly from the wind-scoured plateau of Għar, two vast temples of pale limestone, eroded by 5,000 years of sun and salt. Locals call them Ġgantija, the place of the giants. The name is no exaggeration. Each slab is immense, some weighing over 50 tons, quarried and set in place by hands we cannot name. Before the pharaohs of Egypt raised their pyramids, before Stonehenge was a dream on the Salisbury Plain, these walls already stood beneath the same shifting sky. Archaeologists date Ġgantija to between 3600 and 3200 BCE, making it among the oldest freestanding structures known to humanity. It is older than bronze, older than the wheel in this part of the world, yet it is unmistakably human, crafted with intelligence, intention, and deep reverence for something beyond the visible world. The builders, whoever they were, worked with raw limestone carved from nearby quarries. But no copper chisels, no metal tools, no surviving instruments of their craft have ever been found. How, then, were these stones moved? Some lie more than 10 meters above the ground, perfectly balanced and joined with the simplest of materials: rubble, soil, and clay. Archaeologists once believed that round stones found nearby served as rollers, the primitive equivalent of wheels. But none show clear wear patterns. Others suspect wooden sledges dragged across greased tracks. Yet Gozo, even in prehistory, had limited forest cover. The logistics of such a feat remain an enigma. The temple complex itself follows a familiar pattern found elsewhere in Malta's megalithic landscape: a cloverleaf shape, with apses radiating from a central corridor. The stones are not merely stacked. They are positioned to form an architectural dialogue between mass and void, between enclosure and revelation. One enters through a trilithon doorway, a frame of two vertical stones crowned by a horizontal lintel, and steps into a space that feels both intimate and cosmic. Inside, the air cools and darkens. The light falls softly across the curved walls, drawing attention to altars carved from solid rock. Archaeologists believe these chambers once hosted elaborate rituals, perhaps tied to fertility or the cycles of life and death. Animal bones, ash, and fragments of pottery suggest offerings, feasts, and fire. Rites repeated over generations until memory itself turned to stone. There are no burials here, no inscriptions, no signs of permanent habitation. Ġgantija was not a city, it was not a tomb, it was something older, a place of gathering, of reverence, of rhythm aligned with the land and the stars. The temples face southeast, toward the rising sun. In the spring and autumn equinoxes, sunlight floods the central corridor, illuminating the innermost altar. This alignment cannot be accidental. Across the prehistoric world, from Newgrange in Ireland to Nabta Playa in the Egyptian desert, ancient builders encoded celestial geometry into stone. Ġgantija belongs to that same quiet brotherhood of sacred architecture, a network of watchers who tracked the heavens not for science, but for spirit. The people who built Ġgantija left behind no written language, no myth in their own voice, but legends filled the silence. Long after their civilization vanished, Villagers on Gozo told of a giantess who lived among them. Her name was Sunsuna. She was said to have built the temples in a single night, carrying the stones in her apron while nursing her child. She built them, the story goes, as a place of worship for herself and her kind. Such tales are more than folklore. They are memory's last refuge. When technology fails to explain the impossible, myth steps in to bridge the gap. The legend of the giantess may echo an ancient recognition of extraordinary human achievement, magnified through the lens of wonder. But perhaps it also preserves something deeper, the sense that the builders of Ġgantija were not like us. For archaeologists, the mystery extends beyond the stones. Malta's so-called temple culture flourished for over a millennium across the islands of Malta and Gozo. From Tarxian to Mnajdra, Ħaġar Qim to Ġgantija, the same motifs recur: spiral carvings, altar stones, and the enigmatic fat lady figurines, broad-hipped statuettes of female forms, sometimes headless, always powerful. Some see in them the image of a mother goddess, a prehistoric deity of fertility and renewal. Others view them as representations of priestesses, or even ancestors. When the first settlers reached Malta around 5900 BCE, they brought with them the tools of early agriculture: grains, livestock, and stone axes. Over millennia, these small farming communities transformed into master builders, capable of shaping megaliths with astonishing precision. Yet around 2500 BCE, this temple culture abruptly vanished. No evidence of invasion or war. No signs of catastrophe. The people simply disappeared, leaving their sanctuaries empty. Theories abound. Climate change may have withered crops, forcing migration. Disease or famine might have hollowed out their numbers. Some suggest that their descendants lived on, assimilated into later Bronze Age communities, whose simpler tools replaced monumental stonework. But in the archaeological record, the silence is absolute. Walking among Ġgantija's stones today, that silence is almost physical. The air seems thicker, charged with the residue of unspoken ritual. The weathered limestone still bears traces of red ochre paint, a sacred color associated with life and regeneration. Beneath your feet, excavations have revealed layers of compacted earth, mixed with fragments of pottery, animal bones, and shell beads. Each layer marks another century of use, another season of ceremony. In 1827, a British magistrate named Otto Bayer began the first recorded excavations at Ġgantija. His methods were crude by modern standards, but his findings, altars, figurines, and urns, awakened Europe to the site's antiquity. Later digs in the 20th century, led by Maltese archaeologists, refined the dating and revealed more of the complex's layout. Two adjacent temples enclosed by a massive outer wall. That wall, nearly 6 meters high in places, still stands, a rough but imposing boundary between the sacred and the ordinary. Bayer's discovery ignited a debate that has never truly ended. Could such monumental architecture have arisen on an isolated island without external influence? Some scholars point to parallels with Neolithic sites in Sicily, suggesting a shared Mediterranean culture of megalith builders. Others argue that Malta's temples are unique, an independent flowering of sacred architecture in the heart of the sea. And yet, for all the measurements and theories, the essence of Ġgantija resists reduction. Its stones do not speak of power or conquest, but of devotion, an ancient conversation between humanity and the earth itself. Standing at the threshold, one feels the same pull that may have drawn the first worshippers. The sense that time moves differently here, that the boundary between the human and the divine grows thin. The island's topography amplifies that feeling. From the hill of Zagra, the view stretches across Gozo's patchwork fields to the Mediterranean beyond. The temple seems deliberately placed between land and sea, a liminal zone where worlds meet. Archaeologists have noted that the structure's curved walls mimic the natural forms of the surrounding landscape, as if the builders sought to echo the island's body in stone. Some researchers have even proposed that the temples functioned as sound chambers. Their apses, shaped like the curves of a womb, create acoustic effects that amplify low frequencies and deepen the voice. Inside, a single chant can seem to vibrate through the entire structure, resonating like a living instrument. Perhaps this was no accident. In many ancient traditions, sound was sacred, the voice a bridge between the mortal and the divine. If Ġgantija was indeed a temple of fertility, as the artifacts suggest, its purpose may have been as much about cosmic renewal as human birth. The spiral carvings found in related Maltese temples, symbols of cycles, time, and continuity, point to a worldview that saw creation as eternal recurrence. The rising sun, the turning seasons, the rebirth of crops, all mirrored in ritual performance within these walls. Chapter 2. Ħaġar Qim Temple. Complex high above the restless blue of the Mediterranean Sea, where the Maltese cliffs stand like ancient sentinels against time, there lies a place that defies explanation. Ħaġar Qim, standing stones. A temple complex that whispers of an age when humanity still spoke in the language of stars and stone. It is said to date back to around 3600 BCE, long before the pyramids of Egypt or the stone circles of Britain were raised. And yet, the engineering found here, precise, deliberate, and enduring, suggests a civilization of staggering sophistication. The temple stands on a limestone ridge, overlooking the sea like an altar to eternity. Its builders shaped stone not merely for shelter, but for meaning, for alignment with the heavens, for communion with forces beyond our sight. The first rays of the solstice sun pierce a small elliptical hole carved into one of Ħaġar Qim's massive stones. For a few sacred minutes each year, that sunlight illuminates the inner chamber in a perfect shaft of light, just as it has for over 5,000 years. Archaeologists have measured the alignment again and again, confirming that it could not have been accidental. The builders, whoever they were, knew the rhythms of the sky intimately. The temple itself is not simply oriented eastward, it's attuned, like an instrument, to the pulse of the cosmos. The solstice light touches the altar as though the earth itself remembers a forgotten rite. And yet, the civilization that built Ħaġar Qim has left no written word, no record of their beliefs, no trace of their daily lives. The structure is immense. Megaliths weighing up to 20 tons rise from the ground in curving walls, forming a complex of apses and corridors, organic in shape, almost like the interior of a living being. Each stone is dressed and fitted with uncanny precision, despite the builders having no metal tools as far as we know. Some blocks are over 6 meters tall, hewn from the soft golden limestone of the Maltese cliffs and transported, somehow, across uneven terrain to this windswept plateau. Inside, the chambers curve in gentle arcs, creating spaces that resonate with sound and light. The builders seem to understand not only mass and balance, but also acoustics and atmosphere. When a voice is raised within the central chamber, it carries and hums, filling the temple with a low vibration. Many believe that chants or rituals once echoed through these very halls, their tones amplified to merge with the wind and sea beyond. Excavations at Ħaġar Qim have uncovered altars carved with spirals and patterns reminiscent of life and fertility. Nearby, archaeologists found a series of small figurines, broad-hipped, rounded forms often interpreted as fertility goddesses. Their features are soft, abstract, and timeless, like humanity's earliest attempt to personify the forces of creation itself. But what's strange is what was not found. No evidence of sustained habitation, no streets, hearths, or waste pits. Ħaġar Qim was not a city. It was a place apart, perhaps a temple, perhaps a sanctuary, perhaps something older still. The site seems to belong to a network of megalithic structures across Malta and its sister island, Gozo. Some, like Mnajdra just a short distance away, mirror the same solar alignments and architectural logic. Together, they form a landscape of sacred geometry, an island-wide expression of a worldview lost to time. When the temple was first uncovered in the early 19th century, many of its stones were already buried beneath centuries of wind-blown soil. The soft limestone had been worn smooth by salt and rain, but its form still held power. Early antiquarians could scarcely believe its age, placing it within the Neolithic only after radiocarbon dating confirmed what local legend had long suggested, that these temples predated history itself. Yet questions linger. How did a people without metal or the wheel raise stones of such immense scale? How did they transport and position them so precisely? Some archaeologists propose the use of spherical stone rollers or wooden sledges, lubricated with animal fat. Others point to the mysterious cart ruts found across Malta, parallel grooves carved into the limestone bedrock, as though by repeated dragging of heavy loads. These tracks lead toward the temple sites, but their exact purpose remains unclear. In these gaps of certainty, myth seeps in. Local folklore tells of giants, the Ġganti, who built the temples in a single night, carrying the stones on their heads. The nearby Ġgantija Temples, whose name literally means place of giants, reinforce this notion. It is as if the Maltese people, inheriting these silent ruins, could only explain their creation through stories of beings larger than life. Within Ħaġar Qim, archaeologists identified a central shrine and several subsidiary chambers connected by narrow passages. In the innermost apse stands a carved stone altar with a smooth concavity, as though made for offerings, perhaps of food, grain, or incense. Nearby, a stone slab is pierced by a small round hole leading into a darker recess. When light strikes it, it forms a narrow beam, another deliberate alignment. The entire structure seems to breathe with light. As the seasons shift, so too does the sun's path through its openings, suggesting a calendar encoded in architecture. It is as though the temple itself marked the cycles of life and death, fertility and decay, sunrise and solstice, cosmic patterns mapped onto stone. The walls once stood higher than they do today, possibly roofed with timber or woven material now long vanished. Some scholars believe that animal bones found at the site suggest ritual feasts or sacrifices, though no clear evidence of blood rituals has been found. Others see it as a ceremonial space for fertility rites, perhaps honoring a mother deity, the creative principle of nature itself. Yet all of this remains interpretation, not proof. Ħaġar Qim resists explanation. Every theory opens another void of uncertainty. Malta's temple culture flourished for nearly 1,000 years, then vanished abruptly around 2500 BCE. There are no signs of invasion, no evidence of destruction by war or fire. The people simply ceased building and the island fell silent. The temples were left to erode beneath the salt-laden wind. Some researchers suggest environmental collapse, a period of drought that rendered the land barren. Others suspect over-exploitation of resources or social disintegration. But there is a more haunting possibility, that the builders left or were lost, taking their knowledge with them. The disappearance of Malta's temple culture remains one of the great unsolved puzzles of prehistory. Its ruins predate the Mycenaeans, the Minoans, even the earliest cities of Mesopotamia. They stand as evidence of a chapter in human civilization that has no known author. The site today is protected by a vast white canopy, shielding the stones from erosion. Beneath it, time stands still. Visitors walk among the megaliths, tracing the same curves and thresholds that ancient hands once shaped. The air hums softly with wind from the sea, and the stones themselves seem to breathe, a slow, geological heartbeat. Archaeologists continue to study the alignments, the tool marks, the fragments of pottery. Yet even with modern technology, much remains unknowable. The people who built Ħaġar Qim had no writing, no recorded myths, and yet their architecture speaks across millennia. It is a language of balance, symmetry, and cosmic rhythm. Every solstice, when the first light threads the temple's ancient aperture, people still gather to watch. They stand in silence as that golden beam travels down the stone corridor, illuminating the altar deep within. It's a moment that collapses time. The same light that touched Neolithic hands now falls upon modern eyes. Perhaps Ħaġar Qim was never meant to be fully understood. Perhaps it was designed to evoke mystery, to remind those who entered that the world is not entirely knowable. To stand within its walls is to feel the smallness of human life against the immensity of creation. It invites a question that echoes beyond archaeology. Were these builders simply early farmers, seeking to mark the turning of the seasons? Or were they custodians of a deeper wisdom, an awareness of the cosmos that modern civilization has long forgotten? The stones do not answer. They stand, as they always have, facing the horizon. The sea below them is eternal, the sun unerring in its path. Ħaġar Qim endures as both monument and riddle, a temple to memory itself, carved from the bones of the earth. And as the light fades, one cannot help but wonder, how many other voices of that forgotten age still lie buried beneath the soil of time, waiting, silently, to rise again with the dawn? Chapter 3. Mnajdra Temples. Along the sun-bleached cliffs of Malta's southern coast, the land falls away into the Mediterranean, a horizon of blinding blue and whispering wind. Here, half buried in pale limestone and time, stand the Mnajdra temples. 3 great structures, weathered and wounded by 5,000 years of salt and sun, yet still, somehow, alive. Just a few hundred meters from their sister site, Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra rests in quiet alignment with the rising and setting of celestial light. At first glance, it is a scatter of stones, an arrangement of ancient walls, worn smooth by ages of wind. But as the observer lingers, patterns emerge. Doors frame the sunrise. Corridors trace the curve of the sun's arc. The very stones seem to breathe with the rhythm of the cosmos. Archaeologists place Mnajdra's construction between 3600 and 2500 BCE, within the so-called temple period of Maltese prehistory. Yet those dates, though tidy on paper, conceal a deeper enigma. For by that time, much of the world still lived in scattered agrarian settlements, simple farming communities without architecture, without written record. And yet here, on a small island adrift in the central Mediterranean, a people with no known name or script carved temples of astonishing sophistication. Each of the 3 Mnajdra structures was built in a different phase. The oldest, to the east, is rougher, its stones large but uneven, its design simpler, almost tentative. The middle temple improves upon it, its corridors more deliberate, its altars more refined. And the last, the southernmost temple, reveals a staggering leap in geometry and precision. It is this southern temple that captures the imagination most. Its doorway faces east, and when the equinox sun rises, once in spring, once in autumn, it pours directly through the entrance, lighting the innermost altar with a perfect beam. On the solstices, the effect shifts. The sunlight lands precisely at the edge of the doorway's flanking slabs, marking the limits of the solar year. This is no accident. The alignment is too exact, the engineering too careful. Mnajdra, in this light, becomes not merely a temple, but a calendar carved in stone, a sacred observatory where the heavens themselves became part of ritual life. The builders used 2 types of limestone, the soft globigerina, easy to shape, and the hard coral limestone, resistant to erosion. These materials were not randomly chosen. Coral limestone formed the outer walls, enduring the millennia of wind, while the inner chambers, more sheltered, were shaped from the gentler globigerina. The contrast suggests deep planning, an understanding not only of art, but of geology, weather, and time. And yet, for all this intelligence, no tools have ever been found at the site. No chisels, no hammers, no fragments of the implements that could have sculpted or transported stones weighing up to 20 tons. Who were these builders? Their civilization appears on the island suddenly, without a clear origin. The archaeological record shows that Malta had been sparsely inhabited by Neolithic farmers as early as 5200 BCE, but nothing in those early settlements suggests the grandeur that would emerge here 1,000 years later. Then, around 3600 BCE, the island explodes with construction. Temples at Ġgantija, Ħaġar Qim, and Mnajdra. The scale, the symmetry, the astronomical precision, all arrive seemingly fully formed, and then, just as abruptly, the culture vanishes. No signs of war, no evidence of invasion, no skeletal remains suggesting plague or catastrophe. The temple builders simply disappear, leaving their sanctuaries to the silence of the wind. Inside Mnajdra, the chambers curve like wombs, smooth organic spaces where light drifts softly across pitted stone. Archaeologists have found altars, libation holes, and tiny perforations suggesting that sacred liquids, perhaps oil or blood, once flowed through the walls themselves. The carvings, though faint, hint at spirals, plants, and geometric symbols, motifs echoed in later Mediterranean art, though separated by thousands of years. There are no depictions of war, no kings, no hierarchies carved into these walls. Instead, the art of Mnajdra seems to turn inward, toward fertility, the earth, and the eternal cycle of birth and decay. Figurines of corpulent goddesses, often headless or faceless, have been found nearby, suggesting a culture centered on life's generative force. But even this interpretation is contested. Were these idols, ancestors, or representations of something more abstract? A cosmic mother, a vessel of creation? The site's builders left no language to explain themselves. No clay tablets, no inscriptions, no marks of ownership or pride. All that remains are the stones, and the way those stones breathe with the sun. Modern archaeologists have tried to reconstruct the methods of construction, but each attempt seems to underestimate the subtlety of design. Some suggest rolling stones on spherical pebbles, others dragging them with ropes made of reeds. Yet when experimental archaeologists attempt to replicate Mnajdra's megaliths with such techniques, they find the effort almost impossible. The coral limestone resists shaping, the terrain complicates movement, and the precision of alignment demands a mastery of measurement that should not have existed in a pre-metal age. And so, Mnajdra remains a paradox, a Neolithic mystery, caught between the known and the unknowable. During excavations in the 19th century, fragments of pottery, stone tools, and animal bones were found within and around the temple. The patterns of deposition suggest ritual feasting, seasonal gatherings, and perhaps even astronomical ceremonies tied to solstice light. The bones of birds and sheep were common. Human bones were not. The temple was not a tomb. It was a place of life, a meeting of sky and earth. In 2000, archaeologists discovered that the site had suffered severe erosion, accelerated by wind and rain. A massive protective canopy was later erected, sheltering the stones from further decay. Some visitors now lament that the covering dulls the site's spiritual presence. Yet others argue it preserves the whisper of a people who once touched the stars with their architecture. Even under its shelter, Mnajdra's stones seem to glow with a strange inner light, especially at dawn, when the sun ignites the eastern horizon. In that fleeting moment, one can imagine the temple as it once was. Not ruin, but revelation. The sunrise pouring through the doorway, striking the altar, illuminating symbols lost to time. Perhaps chants echoed here, reverberating through the limestone chambers. Perhaps the builders stood in quiet reverence, watching the light confirm that heaven and earth were still in harmony. Such moments were not merely ritual, they were calibration. The temple tracked not only the solar cycle, but perhaps also the moon. Some researchers believe the alignment includes subtle references to lunar standstills, rare events that occur only every 18.6 years. If true, this would suggest an astronomical awareness of extraordinary precision, rivaling early Sumerian and Egyptian observations, and yet, there is no trace of contact between Malta and those civilizations. No trade goods, no written exchange, no genetic continuity that ties the builders of Mnajdra to the riverine cultures of the East. They seem to exist as an island both geographically and chronologically, out of place, out of time. Could it be that Mnajdra's architects inherited a lost tradition, one that predates the written record entirely? Some fringe theorists propose that the Maltese temples are the remnants of an Atlantean diaspora, the final echo of an advanced maritime civilization drowned by rising seas at the end of the last ice age. Mainstream archaeology rejects such notions, preferring the safer narrative of local innovation. But still, the mystery lingers, because the stones of Mnajdra do not speak in words. They speak in alignments, in geometry, in a language of light that cannot be translated, only witnessed. Standing before the temple at dawn, the air still heavy with salt, one feels a strange communion with those who came before. The silence becomes a kind of voice. The measured gaps between stones feel deliberate, as though coded with forgotten purpose. Every beam of sunlight that passes through its doorway seems to say, remember. Perhaps the builders sought not to worship, but to preserve, to anchor the rhythm of the heavens in something permanent, to ensure that even if their people vanished, the universe would still remember their geometry. As centuries turned to millennia, the winds shifted, the seas rose, and the temples fell into disuse. New peoples arrived, speaking new tongues, worshipping new gods. To them, these ruins must have seemed impossible, built by giants or gods, or some vanished race of magicians. Even the later Greeks and Romans, who saw megaliths across the Mediterranean, could not explain them. They called them Cyclopean, as though only one-eyed titans could have shaped such stones. And yet, here they remain, human, fragile, enduring. Mnajdra is not only a monument to the past, it is a mirror. It reflects our enduring need to understand where we came from, to find order in the cosmos, meaning in the movement of the sun. The people who built it may be gone, but the questions they asked are the same ones we whisper to the stars even now. In the end, Mnajdra stands not as a relic of a forgotten age, but as a reminder that history's silence is not absence. It is a pause, a breath held between eras. The stones wait patiently for us to listen, to look again to see not only what they were, but what they still are. Somewhere, in the wind that curls around Malta's southern cliffs. Their language endures, not in words, but in light. Chapter 4. Tarxian temples in the heart of the Mediterranean, on the small and sun-warmed island of Malta, lies a monument to forgotten hands. Here, beneath the steady hum of cicadas and the salt-heavy breeze of the sea, the Tarxian temples rise from the soil like ancient memories half buried in time. Discovered in 1914 by a farmer ploughing his field, the stones of Tarxian would soon reveal themselves as something more than mere rubble. They were the remnants of a civilization whose origins seemed to vanish into the fog of prehistory. Spirals carved into limestone, massive slabs arranged in graceful arcs, altars and basins, their purpose unclear but undeniably sacred, and the shattered remains of a giant, the so-called Fat Lady of Malta, a colossal statue whose lower half alone stands nearly life-size. Archaeologists date Tarxian to around 3150 BCE, centuries before the pyramids of Egypt, before Stonehenge, and long before Mycenaean Greece began to take shape. Yet, the sophistication of its design seems to belong to a far later age. The stones are not merely placed. They are composed, balanced, aligned, curved. Some blocks weigh several tons, yet they were transported, lifted, and set with a precision that still defies easy explanation. To walk among them is to enter a geometry of silence. Corridors narrow into chambers where the sound of your own breath seems amplified, as though the walls were built to listen. Patterns repeat, spirals, circles, and symbols that echo the natural world. The swirl of the wind, the coiling of a shell, the endless return of the sea. Tarxian was not alone. Across Malta and its sister island Gozo lie other megalithic sanctuaries, Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, Ġgantija, each one different, yet connected by a shared architectural rhythm. Together, they form one of the earliest networks of monumental architecture anywhere in the world. But Tarxian stands apart for its artistry. Its walls are alive with decoration, spirals, dotted reliefs, and what appear to be stylized depictions of animals, goats, pigs, cattle, the earliest known reliefs of domesticated creatures carved in stone. This was not a place of crude ritual. It was a place of design and devotion, where the sacred met the human in carved limestone. When the site was first excavated, archaeologists uncovered an array of features that hinted at ceremony. Stone altars stained with traces of burning, deep basins, perhaps once filled with offerings or water, and the fragments of enormous statues, thick-bodied figures with folds of flesh and draped skirts, their heads long lost. The largest among them, found at Tarxian, was so massive that its surviving lower portion alone stands over 2 meters tall. She was named, somewhat simplistically, the Fat Lady. But to those who study the prehistoric cultures of the Mediterranean, she is something far more evocative, an echo of the Great Mother. The same figure, in varying forms, appears across Neolithic Europe, at Çatalhöyük in Anatolia, at Knossos in Crete, in the caves of France and the islands of the Aegean. Always the same rounded forms, the same quiet power of fertility, abundance, and life. Some scholars see these as the vestiges of a matriarchal religion, a time when the divine was envisioned not as a distant sky god, but as the living earth itself. At Tarxian, that presence is almost palpable. The colossal statues were not idols of conquest, but of nurture. Their creators seemed to worship the cycles of life, the fecundity of the land, the rhythm of birth and decay. And yet, who were they? The people who built Tarxian left no written language, no records of kings or wars, no clear trail of ancestry. By the time of their disappearance, their culture had already flourished for nearly 1,000 years, then vanished completely, leaving only their stone sanctuaries as proof they had ever been. The mystery deepens when one considers the isolation of Malta itself, an island adrift between Sicily and North Africa, with no clear evidence of large-scale settlement before these temples were raised. How then did a society of stoneworkers and architects emerge seemingly from nowhere, capable of quarrying, shaping, and transporting megaliths with such skill? Some suggest that the Maltese temples may be the culmination of a slow, local evolution, that early settlers from Sicily brought with them the seeds of Neolithic life, which matured into the extraordinary temple culture of Malta. Others sense something older, more elusive, a cultural inheritance from a vanished civilization, perhaps lost to rising seas at the end of the last ice age. It is here that myth whispers alongside archaeology. Malta's oldest legends speak of giants, beings of immense strength who built the island's temples in a single night. One story tells of a giantess who bore a child with a human man and who built the megaliths while nursing the infant, stone by stone. The nearby complex of Ġgantija even means place of the giants. To the rational mind, these tales are simply echoes of wonder, but to others, they preserve the memory of something real. Perhaps an ancient people of unusual knowledge, now erased by time and flood. Inside Tarxian, the stones seem to remember. You can still trace the gentle curves of the carvings, the rhythmic spirals that seem to draw the eye inward, like portals to another age. Beneath one chamber, archaeologists discovered what may have been an underground crypt, a small, hidden void, suggesting ritual burial or ancestor worship. There are also signs of later reuse. By the Bronze Age, long after the original builders had vanished, the site was re-entered. Cruder pottery, new burials, and evidence of fire hint that the later inhabitants regarded Tarxian as sacred still, though perhaps no longer understood its purpose. Some of the stones bear scorch marks, as if the temple itself had been ritually burned or consumed in a final act of devotion. The art of Tarxian speaks in a language we can only partially decipher. The spirals, for example, what did they mean? Were they simple ornamentation or symbols of cosmic motion, the cycle of birth and return? And the basins, were they used for offerings, purification, or something we no longer have a name for? The site's alignment too has drawn speculation. Some researchers have noted how the temple's chambers catch the morning light at key times of the year, particularly around the equinoxes, suggesting a solar or agricultural calendar built into its design. Others point out the similarity between its plan and the structure of a womb, a metaphorical architecture of creation itself. Perhaps Tarxian was both temple and calendar, shrine and sanctuary, a place where the cycles of the heavens met the cycles of life. What remains undeniable is the beauty of the craftsmanship. Each curve, each carved relief, speaks of patience and reverence. Even the animal depictions, cattle and goats, are rendered not as trophies of the hunt, but as companions, perhaps even symbols of abundance. To imagine these builders is to step into a world before kings, before cities, before iron. A world where the sacred was measured not by power, but by harmony. Their temples were not fortresses. They had no walls of defense, no signs of warfare. Instead, they seem to have been places of gathering, music, and offering. Communities bound by shared belief rather than conquest. And then, silence. Around 2500 BCE, the temple culture disappears. The art stops. The building ceases. The island's population dwindles, replaced eventually by newcomers with different pottery, different tools, different gods. Some scholars blame environmental collapse, deforestation, soil exhaustion, drought. Others whisper of invasion or internal decline. But perhaps the truth is subtler. Perhaps the builders of Tarxian simply reached the end of a cycle they themselves believed in. A turning of the spiral that required their fading. In the centuries that followed, the temples fell into ruin. Earth covered them, farmers ploughed over them. The goddess and her people were forgotten, their names unspoken for 5,000 years. And yet, when the soil was cleared away and sunlight touched the spirals once more, it was as if something ancient stirred. The stones still hum with a quiet intelligence. They still hold the pattern of a civilization that understood beauty not as ornament, but as prayer. To stand among them is to feel the weight of unremembered time pressing gently on the present. You sense that something vast once moved through these walls, a current of belief, of artistry, of reverence for life itself, and that it is not entirely gone. Tarxian endures not as a ruin, but as a message carved in limestone that before the empires, before the gods of war and empire, there were builders who honored the earth, builders who spoke in spirals and silence, builders whose story we are only just beginning to hear again. And as the evening sun slides low over Malta, casting the ancient stones in amber light, one cannot help but wonder, who taught them to build like this? And what else lies buried beneath the quiet soil of time, waiting to speak? Chapter 5. The Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni. Beneath the unassuming streets of Paola, a small town in Malta, lies a chambered world untouched by sunlight and carved from living stone. Known as the Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni, this vast subterranean complex is neither cave nor tomb in the conventional sense. It is something older, more deliberate, a place of shadowed intentions and vanished voices, chiseled into the limestone over 5,000 years ago, and still speaking, in whispers and in echoes, to those who listen. It was not discovered through scholarly pursuit or careful excavation, but by accident. In 1902, workmen laying foundations for new housing stumbled into a void. A stone roof collapsed, revealing a dark passage descending into the bedrock. At first, they tried to keep it quiet, hoping to avoid delays or intervention. But the truth beneath Malta would not stay hidden. Soon, archaeologists descended into the unknown. What they found was unlike anything in the Mediterranean or anywhere else in the world. Layer by layer, level by level, the Hypogeum unfolded. A vast underground structure hollowed out entirely by human hands, using only stone tools and fire. A temple, a necropolis, a portal perhaps to a forgotten cosmology. The Hypogeum stretches down over 3 distinct levels. The uppermost, dating to around 4000 BCE, reflects the earliest phase of excavation and ritual use. The middle level, more refined, reveals a deeper intention, with smoothly carved chambers, elaborate niches, and altars suggestive of ceremonial practices. The lowest level, damp and incomplete, seems less used, a descent into darker purposes, or a construction abandoned before its time. And yet, it is not only the architecture that confounds. Within these hollowed vaults, archaeologists uncovered the skeletal remains of over 7,000 individuals. Some were laid in niches, others were stacked or arranged communally. The bones bear no signs of violence or mass death, no evidence of plague, war, or sacrificial slaughter. Their presence seems ritual, reverent, a communion between the living and the dead. But to what end? The walls of the Hypogeum were painted in ancient ochres, swirling red spirals now faded, motifs mirrored in Neolithic art from faraway Ireland to the megaliths of Brittany. These spirals may have symbolized journeys, inward into the earth, or outward beyond life, symbols of the eternal return, the sacred circle of death and rebirth. But the language of the stones is lost, and no script was left behind. Among the most enigmatic features is a small, rounded chamber on the middle level, the so-called oracle room. This chamber, no larger than a small cell, is constructed with precise curved architecture. Its walls are smoothed and domed in such a way that a voice, if spoken in the correct frequency, does not remain contained within. Instead, it travels. It expands, reverberating through the entire Hypogeum like thunder from beneath the earth. Modern acoustic testing has revealed that the oracle room resonates powerfully at 110 Hz, a frequency that affects the human brain in measurable ways. It can trigger states of heightened emotion, altered perception, and deep trance. Researchers from the University of Malta and Princeton have tested the space, confirming that this resonance is not incidental. It appears designed. The implications are staggering. A prehistoric structure engineered to manipulate sound waves in a way modern science only recently began to quantify. Was this an accident of architecture, or a deliberate tool for ritual induction? And if the latter, who were these ancient architects? What did they believe they were tuning themselves to? Across cultures, from Tibetan throat singing to Gregorian chant, deep vocal frequencies have been used in sacred practice. They bind the voice to the earth, draw the body into rhythm with something greater. Within the Hypogeum, it is not difficult to imagine hooded figures chanting in unison, their voices swelling beyond themselves, vibrating the stone, aligning with unseen forces, a sonic communion with the underworld. But how could Neolithic people, without writing, without metal tools, without mathematics, have shaped such a space? Some suggest trial and error. Others believe the knowledge was inherited, a legacy of oral tradition and practical mastery passed through generations. Still others, more fringe in their views, speak of a lost civilization, a progenitor culture whose wisdom echoes faintly in megaliths across the globe. We do not know, and yet the silence of the Hypogeum is not an absence, but a presence. It feels designed to absorb sound, to bend time. Those who have visited speak of its weight. Not just the weight of stone, but of memory. A slow and deliberate stillness, as if the chamber itself is listening. Not all who entered have been permitted to remain. In its earliest years of discovery, the site was badly mishandled. The sheer volume of human remains posed a problem for colonial authorities and local curators alike. Thousands of bones were removed, catalogued loosely, and many were lost. Some accounts claim that among the skulls were unusually shaped crania, elongated, distorted beyond natural form. A few of these relics were displayed for a time in Valletta's National Museum. Later, they vanished from public view. Official records suggest they were transferred for study or damaged in war, but whispers persist of suppression, of uncomfortable evidence buried beneath administrative procedure. The elongated skulls, some claim, suggest a priestly caste or a genetic lineage set apart. Others link them to similar finds in Peru, Egypt, and the Caucasus. Too distant, too parallel to dismiss entirely. Mainstream archaeology remains cautious, and rightly so. Yet in the Hypogeum, where the known dissolves into the inexplicable, even cautious minds are drawn toward mystery. Artifacts found within the complex offer few answers. Simple pottery shards, beads, and figurines suggest domestic activity, but little beyond the ordinary. And yet it is the absences, the things that are not there, that speak loudest. No tools of war, no royal iconography, no written language, only the bones, the red spirals, the perfect sound. Some have proposed that the Hypogeum functioned as an initiation chamber, that neophytes descended into darkness, isolated for days, exposed to resonant frequencies that altered consciousness and opened channels of inner revelation, that the oracle spoke not in words but in vibrations, that the dead did not merely rest here, they instructed. Across the ancient world, descent into the earth was linked with transformation. In Greek myth, the Eleusinian mysteries promised hidden knowledge to those who dared the underworld. In ancient Egypt, the Duat, the realm beneath, was a labyrinth of tests and awakenings. The Hypogeum, too, may have been a threshold space, a womb of stone, where the initiate died to the surface world and was reborn. But again, we are left only with impressions. The site was closed to the public in the 1990s as concern grew over its fragile microclimate. Human breath, camera flashes, and temperature shifts were slowly degrading the pigments and stone. Access is now limited to a handful of visitors per day, and only for short intervals. The underground waits, patient and silent, its secrets guarded by time and limestone. What remains above ground is little more than an entrance, an aperture into something far older than our modern sense of time can fully grasp. The people who carved the Hypogeum are long gone. Their language is extinct, their cosmology erased, and yet their creation endures, as though the very act of carving it into the earth was an attempt to resist the erosion of memory. Was it a temple for the dead, a chamber of sound, a machine for transcendence? We do not know. But in the silence of its corridors, where every footstep echoes like a heartbeat, the past does not feel distant. It feels immediate, almost tactile, as though something, or someone, is still listening, watching, waiting beneath the weight of stone. And so we step away, slowly, from the subterranean hush, not with answers, but with deeper questions, shaped perhaps by the same hands that once shaped the earth. What else lies beneath us, still undisturbed? What songs still echo, unheard, beneath the veil of time? Chapter 6. The Fat Lady. Figurines beneath the sun-bleached limestone of Malta's Neolithic temples. A presence rests in silence. She is faceless, heavy-limbed, and seated in eternal stillness. Her arms fold gently across a wide torso. Her hips spill outward, voluminous and unapologetic. She is one among many, unearthed in fragments and full forms, yet no one knows her name. To modern archaeologists, she is often called the Fat Lady. But to those who built the temples, perhaps she was far more than that. A guardian, a deity, a symbol whose meaning has slipped irretrievably into the soil. The so-called Fat Lady figurines were first discovered in the early 20th century, buried within the sacred architecture of Malta's most enigmatic structures, the Megalithic temples of Ḥaġar Qim, Mnajdra, and Tarxian. Some stood a few inches tall. Others, like the sleeping lady from the Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni, lay only 6 inches long, yet carved with striking intent. Always feminine, always abundant, always silent. Radiocarbon dating places these figurines to around 3600 to 2500 BCE, during the Ġgantija phase of Maltese prehistory, a time when these island temples were flourishing. Malta's temple builders left no written language, no surviving tools, and no direct descendants we can name. Yet their figurines remain tactile, detailed, and heavy with implication. They show a cultural consistency across the islands, an artistic vocabulary passed through generations. But what did they mean? Some archaeologists have proposed that these figures represent fertility deities, icons of abundance and regeneration. The argument leans heavily on form, the rounded breasts, the exaggerated hips, the fullness of belly and thigh. In a world dependent on the Earth's cycles, planting, reaping, birthing, such features might have symbolized prosperity itself. A well-fed body in Neolithic times was not excess, but assurance. In that interpretation, the figurines may have been placed in temples to invoke agricultural abundance or to sanctify life-giving forces. Yet, this reading is not without its challenges. The term fat lady, coined by early European scholars, carries the weight of assumption. It reflects a modern lens, projecting contemporary ideas of beauty, gender, and value onto a prehistoric past. These figurines may not depict women at all, not in the way we think of them. Some have no clearly defined breasts or lack facial features altogether. Others are headless or stylized in ways that seem to prioritize form over identity. They may not be portraits, but symbols, the feminine made abstract. One figure from the Tarxian temples is especially notable, a seated statue with thick, pillar-like legs and a skirt patterned in swirling geometric motifs. The upper half is missing, whether by erosion, vandalism, or design is unknown. But the lower half exudes authority. She does not merely sit, she presides. The throne-like seat beneath her suggests ritual significance. Was she a goddess or a priestess representing one? Or perhaps a metaphor carved into stone? An idea, not a person. The repetition of this form across multiple temple sites hints at shared belief. From the windswept cliffs of Mnajdra to the subterranean depths of Ħal Saflieni, the same stylized corpulence appears again and again. This cultural unity suggests a belief system more intricate than the fragmentary remnants can express. These were not random figurines, but emblems of something sacred, repeated with purpose, shaped by hands that likely performed rites we can no longer decipher. And then there is the sleeping lady, discovered in 1902 during excavations of the Ħal Saflieni Hypogeum, a massive underground necropolis carved from limestone. The sleeping lady is a masterpiece of Neolithic sculpture. She lies curled on her side atop a low couch, her face turned gently inward, eyes closed in repose. The level of detail is extraordinary. Her hair is textured. Her garments, though minimal, are carefully rendered. She is neither rigid idol nor abstract form. She is intimate, alive, vulnerable. Some believe she represents death, or a dream state between life and afterlife, found within a subterranean chamber where the dead were ritually placed. Her placement may have been symbolic. But symbolic of what? Was she a guide into the afterlife? A dreamer communing with ancestral spirits? Or perhaps the earth itself, sleeping, yet eternal? The Hypogeum adds layers of mystery to her presence. The entire structure, built around 4000 BCE, is carved into living rock, with chambers, altars, and acoustic properties that amplify the human voice in low, resonant tones. In this space, ritual was not only seen but heard, reverberating through stone corridors as if the earth itself were speaking. The sleeping lady, nestled within such a place, may have been part of a rite lost to time, a dreaming goddess in the womb of the world. The idea of a matriarchal culture, one centered around female deities or priestesses, has been proposed by scholars like Maria Gimbutas, who argued for a prehistoric Old Europe in which the feminine divine held central power. Malta's figurines have often been cited in support of this theory, but this view remains controversial. Critics caution against over-romanticizing the past, noting the absence of definitive evidence for matriarchal rule or goddess worship. Still, the figurines resist easy categorization. They are not merely fertility icons, nor mere decorative objects. Their context, buried beneath temples aligned to solstices, placed beside altars and burial chambers, suggests roles that transcend modern definitions. They seem to inhabit the boundary between image and idea, between body and myth. There is also the question of erasure. Why did such a deeply symbolic culture vanish? By around 2500 BCE, the temple-building civilization of Malta disappears from the archaeological record. No evidence of war or catastrophe marks their end. They simply fade, their temples left untended, their figurines buried beneath centuries of silence. Later cultures, Phoenicians, Romans, Normans, would build over or around these sites, but never replicate their mysteries. Was something deliberately forgotten, suppressed, or did time alone wash their meanings away? The modern display of these figurines, behind glass in museums, labelled and lit, cannot fully recapture their significance. Removed from their sacred spaces, stripped of ritual context, they become artifacts rather than presences. Yet even in stillness, they radiate a kind of power, a reminder of a time when the earth was sacred, when the body was revered, and when form itself was a language. Perhaps the most haunting truth is that we will never truly know who she was. Whether deity or dreamer, priestess or metaphor, the Fat Lady of Malta remains, not as an answer, but as a question carved in stone. A symbol of memory older than language, older than myth. She looks back at us through millennia, silent and complete. And in that silence, something stirs. Something not yet lost, but waiting. Waiting beneath the temples, beneath the earth, beneath the skin of time. Chapter 7. The Cart Ruts of Misraħ. Għar il-Kbir, etched into the sun-bleached limestone of Malta's southwestern highlands, lies a network of ancient scars, carved not by time, but seemingly by purpose, then abandoned. The place is known as Misraħ Għar il-Kbir, or more evocatively by locals, Clapham Junction, not for any modern connection, but because of the dense, overlapping convergence of enigmatic grooves that crisscross the plateau, like the tangled veins of an ancient organism. These are the Cart Ruts of Malta, one of the island's oldest and most enduring mysteries. From above, they appear almost like tracks, etched in a parallel formation, shallow in some places and astonishingly deep in others, up to 60 centimeters, enough to trip the unwary footstep or swallow a wheel that no longer exists. They run straight, curve gently, and intersect with other lines like the branches of a forgotten logic. Some end abruptly at cliff edges, others disappear beneath temple foundations whose stones were set millennia ago. They neither start nor finish in any coherent way, and yet they exist, countless, unmistakable, and carved into one of the hardest sedimentary rocks on Earth. There are over 200 cart rut sites scattered across Malta and its sister island, Gozo, but it is here at Misraħ Għar il-Kbir that the density reaches its most perplexing intensity. The ruts span a plateau of rough, wind-eroded coralline limestone. Their width is mostly uniform, about 1.4 meters between the grooves, roughly the same distance as modern car tracks, yet any connection to recent human history ends there. These were not formed by tires. They were not eroded by water. They are too straight, too intentional, and they are far too old. Conventional dating struggles in the Maltese environment. The cart ruts themselves cannot be radiocarbon dated. Stone remembers nothing of its sculptor. Archaeologists have instead turned to contextual clues. The weathering of the limestone, the placement of ruts beneath Bronze Age and Neolithic structures, the sediment layers that partially infill them. The consensus is cautious but leaning. Some of these ruts may be over 5,000 years old, placing their creation in the Neolithic period, or possibly even before. To speak of before the Neolithic is to step into a corridor of shadows. Malta's megalithic temples, like Ħaġar Qim and Mnajdra, are officially dated to around 3600 BCE, older than the pyramids of Egypt, older even than Stonehenge. But if the cart ruts predate these temples, as the layering of some tracks beneath foundations suggests, then we must consider the possibility of an earlier phase of civilization on these islands, one that left no tombs, no texts and no known language, only lines. What then carved these tracks, and why? The most common hypothesis is transportation, that these were grooves worn into stone by sledges or carts carrying heavy loads, perhaps temple stones, dragged across the land. But this theory struggles under scrutiny. The rock is hard coralline limestone, resistant to erosion. For such deep ruts to form, the vehicles would have needed extraordinary weight and consistent use over centuries. And yet, no wheels or sledges from this period have ever been discovered on Malta. No roads, no remnants of carts, Only the ruts, silent and enigmatic. Moreover, their placement defies function. Some ruts climb steep hills where no cart could reasonably travel. Others plunge into the sea or off sheer cliffs, ending in mid-air like forgotten thoughts. Some fork and diverge in ways that make no logistical sense. This is not a transportation grid. It is a labyrinth of intent. Another theory posits that the ruts were irrigation channels, guiding water across the island's parched terrain. But here again, contradictions arise. Many ruts ascend rather than descend, defying gravity. Some occur in dry, elevated areas where water collection would be implausible. Others intersect and tangle in ways that would disrupt any coherent flow. There are those who argue the ruts may be ceremonial, pathways of procession or cosmological alignment, echoing the symbolic landscape organization found in other Neolithic cultures. In Peru, the Nazca lines. In Britain, the Cursus monuments. Could the Maltese cart ruts have encoded a sacred geometry, now lost to our modern gaze? Perhaps, but no definitive alignments have yet been found. No solstice sun rises directly along their lines. No stars are known to trace their paths. The mystery deepens when one considers the patterns of erosion. Some of the ruts, particularly at Misraħ Għar, are so deeply carved that their formation would have required immense, repeated force. And yet, many of them intersect, overlap, crossing one another like layers of forgotten time. Were these tracks reused over centuries by different peoples? Or were they all carved in a single epoch of unknown industry? In 2008, a Russian physicist and geologist named Dr. Alexander Koltepin proposed that the cart ruts might be the remnants of a highly ancient, possibly pre-Ice Age civilization. He argued that their depth and wear suggest they were made by heavy, wheeled vehicles, perhaps even mechanized, on soft ground that later solidified into stone. In this view, the cart ruts are not Neolithic at all, but remnants from a lost chapter of deep prehistory, tens of thousands of years old. Predictably, such claims are met with skepticism. Mainstream archaeology demands evidence, artifacts, stratigraphy, cultural context. Koltepin offers only the ruts and a theory. But this very tension, the absence of evidence, the presence of pattern, is what makes the cart ruts endure. They are wounds in the earth that have not healed, traces of a forgotten logic, carved by hands or forces whose memory no longer remains. And what of the strange pairing of names? Misraħ Għar translates to the Great Cave Open Space in Maltese, a title likely referencing the nearby cave complex, now collapsed. Yet, Clapham Junction, the local nickname, conjures the image of modern chaos, a railway hub, a place where lines converge without clarity. It is oddly apt. The site feels at once ancient and inexplicable, like a dream imprinted on stone. Nearby, the walls of the ancient world whisper in the heat. Just a few kilometers away lie the ruins of the Ħaġar Qim temple complex, perfectly aligned to the summer solstice sunrise. Farther still, the Ħal Saflieni Hypogeum descends underground in spirals of red ochre and death. All across Malta, there are echoes of a civilization, or perhaps a series of civilizations, that shaped the land with a language of stone. The cart ruts may be part of this language, or they may be older still, a proto-script in geometry, waiting to be deciphered. For now, they remain, untamed, unexplained, untouched by modern reconstruction. No fences enclose them, no signs warn visitors away. You can walk among them, trace your hand along the grooves, and wonder what passed this way 5,000 years ago, or more. Perhaps oxen pulling stone, perhaps a procession of figures in ceremonial silence, perhaps nothing we would recognize at all. And perhaps that is the point, that some knowledge is not lost, but buried, not in earth, but in the erosion of memory. The Maltese cart ruts are not a question to be answered, but a presence to be acknowledged. Like ancient scars, they suggest a story without words, a rhythm without song. They draw the eye forward, then veer off into uncertainty, as if leading us not to a destination, but to a forgotten purpose. We follow their tracks not to understand the past in certainty, but to remember that it once existed, and that it still speaks, if only in silence. And as the Mediterranean sun dips behind the limestone horizon, the ruts of Misraħ Għar remain, unmoving, unmoved, yet always moving. In the mind, the journey deepens. Chapter 8. The Solar Alignments. Across Malta's temples beneath the cerulean skies of the central Mediterranean, on the wind-carved islands of Malta and Gozo, lie temples older than the pyramids of Giza. Structures born from megaliths, sun, and silence. These are not merely places of stone worship, but vast astronomical instruments carved into limestone bedrock. And as the sun rises and sets across the ancient year, these temples awaken. Their silent doors, long abandoned, still catch the first light of solstices, equinoxes, and perhaps more Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, Tarkshian, Tahagrat. Across these island sanctuaries, aligned corridors and oracular chambers whisper of a profound relationship between sacred architecture and the heavens. Their stones, carefully positioned, respond to cycles not of human life, but of solar precession. The design is not accidental. It is precise, uncannily so. When the summer solstice sun climbs high over the southern Mediterranean, a shaft of light pierces the main doorway at Ħaġar Qim and settles, unwavering, upon a stone slab deep within the temple's heart. This is no crude coincidence of orientation. It is deliberate, predictive, ritualized. Just a few hundred meters away, the Mnajdra complex, a tri-temple structure hewn from coralline limestone, reveals even greater complexity. Here, at the southern temple, the solstitial and equinoctial sunrises illuminate the inner sanctum with flawless symmetry. On the spring and autumn equinoxes, the morning light enters through the main doorway and lands directly at the center of the temple's inner threshold. At the summer solstice, it shifts to strike the edge of a doorway. At the winter solstice, it touches the opposite edge. The builders knew the solar year, not just in theory, but in practice, in stone, and in ceremony. And yet the question arises, how? These alignments were not merely observational, they were embedded within the very structure of the temples, encoded into architecture through generations of accumulated knowledge. This knowledge demanded more than a casual awareness of celestial cycles. It required longitudinal study, pattern recognition, and the tools, or at least the methods, of archaeoastronomy, thousands of years before such a term existed. Consider the implications. To align a temple to the solstice sunrise, one must not only observe the event, but predict its recurrence and its subtle shifts over time. To do this accurately, a people must remain in one place for centuries. They must mark the horizon. They must pass on memory, and they must believe deeply that the cosmos speaks to them and through them. There is no surviving script from Neolithic Malta, no stelae of priest-kings, no buried libraries of ritual texts, and yet the temples speak with startling clarity. Their alignments are records, they are calendars in stone, but who held the knowledge? Within the heart of this mystery lies a paradox. The level of astronomical understanding embedded in these temples implies a class of specialists, observers, record keepers, possibly priests. Yet in all the archaeological record of prehistoric Malta, no evidence of social stratification has been uncovered. No palaces, no royal tombs, no ceremonial regalia clearly belonging to an elite class. The people of Malta appear, archaeologically, as egalitarian, communal. Their art speaks of fertility and cycles, not conquest and hierarchy. But their temples suggest an invisible order. The temples themselves may offer a clue. Each one follows a broadly similar layout: an open forecourt, a central corridor, and multiple semicircular apses radiating like petals. This design, repeated across the islands, suggests not only shared architectural knowledge, but possibly a unified cosmology, a blueprint, a canon of sacred design passed between communities, or enforced by a hidden authority. The presence of solar alignment across multiple, geographically separated sites implies more than local curiosity. It suggests an island-wide system, a shared calendar, perhaps even a liturgical year, governed by the rhythms of the sky. This would place Malta among the earliest known cultures to integrate cosmology and architecture on a civilizational scale. Mnajdra, in particular, demands attention. Its temples are more than mere shrines, they are time machines. Some archaeologists have suggested that the builders used stone pegs or wooden posts to track the sun's movement across the horizon from season to season, adjusting their measurements over years. The orientation of the temple walls preserves this data, frozen in form. The fact that the Mnajdra temples are built on a southeast-facing slope amplifies the sunrise, offering an uninterrupted view of the horizon where the sun emerges, an ideal celestial stage. even more intriguing are the small drilled holes found in some temple walls, including at Mnajdra and Ġgantija. These may have functioned as sightlines or mnemonic devices, primitive but effective instruments for marking solstitial movement. In an age without metal tools, without wheels, without written records, this was advanced science cloaked in sacred ritual. The implications extend beyond solar alignment. The temples may have also tracked lunar cycles and stellar risings. Some researchers have speculated connections to the heliacal rising of Sirius, or the moon's 18.6-year nodal cycle. While such claims remain debated, they hint at a worldview in which temple, earth, and sky formed a triadic unity, a total cosmology, and yet, the silence remains. Despite this brilliance in construction, the people who built these monuments left behind no tombs of astronomer priests, no inscriptions recording celestial knowledge. Their figurines and artifacts reflect themes of fertility, nature, and perhaps the divine feminine, but not the figures of scholarly authority we might expect. This absence is unsettling. Was the knowledge communal? Embedded in oral tradition? Was it secret? Protected? Or has it simply been erased by time? In 1992, the UNESCO World Heritage designation acknowledged the temples of Malta as unique architectural masterpieces, dating between 3600 and 2500 BCE. But even this dating is contested. Some theorists argue for older origins, citing weathering patterns and archaeoastronomical anomalies. They suggest the possibility of pre-existing structures repurposed by later cultures, echoes of an even more ancient civilization now lost to memory. Mainstream archaeology remains cautious. The alignments are real, yes, but whether they point to an organized priesthood or simply a deep cultural reverence for the sky is still debated. Some archaeologists propose that the builders used simple horizon markers and long-term observation without the need for specialized classes. Others believe that the consistency of the architectural alignments across sites, across centuries, requires centralized knowledge, possibly administered by a ruling elite or a migratory priesthood moving between villages. Still, the question lingers. If this was a centralized system, where is the center? The temples vary in size and complexity, but none stand out as clear administrative hubs. No city surrounds them, no roads connect them. Each seems to rise from the land as if grown from it, local, rooted, yet echoing a common vision. Could the center have been intangible, a mythic calendar encoded in oral tradition, a spiritual unity rather than a political one? Some researchers look to parallels in other Neolithic cultures. The passage tombs of Newgrange in Ireland, aligned with winter solstice sunrise, the stone rows of Karnak in France, the astronomically tuned sites of Nabta Playa in Egypt's desert. These suggest that archaeoastronomy was not an isolated development, but part of a wider human instinct to bind the heavens to the earth, and in doing so, locate ourselves in the great turning of time. Malta, however, stands apart. Its insularity preserved it from outside influence for millennia. Its temples evolved with little evidence of warfare or conquest. This was a culture that flourished, observed, built, and then vanished. By 2500 BCE, temple construction ceased. The great builders disappeared. Later, Bronze Age settlers found the temples already abandoned, the knowledge already gone. What remains are stones. Stones that catch the light still, on the longest and shortest days of the year. Stones that do not move, but mark movement. Stones that speak of a civilization that may have seen time not as linear, but as sacred repetition. A dance of light and shadow, choreographed by sun and stone. And so we are left with alignments, but no maps. Calendars, but no dates. Temples, but no priests. A language of light carved into rock, waiting still to be read. What did they see? When the first light passed through the threshold, and who, if anyone, still remembers? Chapter 9. The sudden disappearance of the temple builders. By the middle of the 3rd millennium before our era, the islands of Malta and Gozo had become quiet. The songs once sung among their stone temples had faded into silence. No smoke rose from the sacred altars. No footprints marked the courtyards where generations had gathered to honor the sun, the earth, and the unseen. For nearly 1500 years, the temple builders of Malta had thrived, an enigmatic people who left no written words, but whose stone sanctuaries spoke volumes about their devotion and sophistication. From Ġgantija to Ħaġar Qim, from Tarxian to Mnajdra, they built as if to converse with eternity. And then, around 2500 BCE, they vanished. Archaeologists call it the temple collapse, though that name explains little. There is no trace of battle, no evidence of invasion. The bones of the dead show no wounds, no trauma. The fields bear no scars of fire. Instead, what followed was an emptiness, a sudden, total absence in the archaeological record. The pottery styles that had evolved slowly over a millennium stop. The intricate figurines of mother goddesses and rounded idols are no longer made. The altars are abandoned. The red ochre that once adorned temple walls fades beneath centuries of dust. It is as though a civilization, so deeply woven into the rhythm of its island home, simply dissolved into the air. Scholars have long wrestled with the mystery. The Maltese temple culture, flourishing between 3600 and 2500 BCE, represents one of the most advanced Neolithic societies in Europe. Their architecture was monumental, their art symbolic, their alignment with the heavens precise. Yet by the time bronze tools appeared in neighbouring lands, Malta's people had already vanished, leaving only stone to speak for them. When the next settlers arrived, Bronze Age groups possibly from Sicily or southern Italy, they reused the ancient sites but never built as their predecessors had built. They buried their dead within the ruins, treating them as sacred ground, but their pottery, tools and houses reveal a simpler, humbler life. Whatever knowledge had guided the temple builders, their rituals, engineering and spiritual cosmology, was gone. So what happened? A silence without cause. At first, researchers sought an easy explanation: famine, drought or disease. Malta's limestone terrain is fragile, dependent on delicate soil systems and scarce freshwater springs. A shift in climate, perhaps a prolonged drought, might have devastated agriculture, forcing survivors to migrate or perish. Evidence supports part of this theory. Around 2500 BCE, environmental changes swept across the Mediterranean. Lake levels fell, rainfall patterns shifted. In cores taken from Maltese valleys, scientists have found signs of soil erosion and decreased vegetation from this period. The land may have grown less fertile, its thin layer of soil stripped by wind and rain. Yet this alone cannot account for the complete cultural severance. Other Neolithic societies endured similar hardships and adapted. The Maltese, by contrast, vanish not gradually, but abruptly. Their settlements disappear, their art ceases, their rituals end. No transitional phase connects them to the newcomers who arrived centuries later. It is as if the thread of memory was cut clean through. The vanishing population. Archaeologists estimate that Malta's population during the height of temple building may have reached several thousand, a modest but sustainable number for such small islands. Yet by 2500 BCE, the record goes dark. Excavations reveal no mass graves, no burned cities, no abandoned fields strewn with tools. The disappearance was not violent, it was quiet, and that quietness is its strangest quality. Some have suggested migration. Perhaps the islanders, facing ecological stress, took to the sea, sailing north towards Sicily or the Italian coast. But no cultural trace of Malta's temple builders has been found elsewhere. Their architecture, so distinctive, leaves no echo across the Mediterranean. Others propose epidemic disease. A plague might have ravaged the islands, leaving too few survivors to sustain their culture. Yet, without burials or mass interments, the archaeological evidence is thin. Still others imagine a social or spiritual collapse, a breaking of faith in the very cosmology that had held their world together. For a people whose life revolved around ritual, the failure of that ritual to sustain them, through famine, storm, or crisis, might have shattered their unity. The temples, once living symbols of creation, could have become empty shells, abandoned as faith itself faltered. The end of the goddess, across the Maltese archipelago. One symbol dominated temple art: the broad-hipped, headless female figurine, interpreted by many as the Earth Mother or Great Goddess. She embodied fertility, renewal, the cycles of life and death. But when the temple builders disappeared, so too did her image. No later culture on the islands replicated her form. No smaller figurines, no altar carvings, no stylized echoes. Her disappearance marks not just the end of a people, but of a worldview, a cosmology centered on creation and regeneration, replaced by the utilitarian logic of survival. Was the goddess abandoned or forgotten? Or did her worshippers follow her somewhere beyond the islands, into the unseen? The Stone and the Sky Sum researchers look beyond earthly explanations. They see in the temple builders a people deeply attuned to cosmic patterns: the rising sun, the movement of stars, the shifting seasons. Temples like Mnajdra are aligned with remarkable precision to the equinoxes. The builders understood the heavens as part of a sacred cycle. What if, they ask, that cycle changed? A prolonged shift in climate, a dimming of the sun, or a cosmic event, something they could not comprehend, might have been perceived as divine abandonment or punishment. In myth, when the gods turn away, civilizations fall. Perhaps the builders, sensing a spiritual rupture, left their temples behind as offerings to forces they could no longer reach. The archaeological abyss excavations have revealed that after 2500 BCE, the soil above many temple floors accumulated undisturbed for centuries. In some cases, early Bronze Age pottery appears directly atop Neolithic layers, separated by nothing, no traces of continuous habitation. That gap is the most haunting detail of all. It is not a transition, it is a void. In the Tarxian temples, archaeologists found signs that rituals ceased abruptly. Bones of sacrificial animals lie scattered, as if ceremonies were interrupted mid-offering. In some temples, doorways were deliberately blocked with stone, as if to seal something inside, or keep something out. Were these closures ritual acts, marking the end of a faith, or signs of fear? A community shutting away what it no longer understood? Even today, the question hangs unanswered in the Maltese air. The arrival of the strangers centuries later, new settlers came, Bronze Age peoples with different customs, tools, and gods. They found the islands dotted with colossal ruins, already ancient, already half buried in soil. To them, the temples must have seemed the work of giants or forgotten deities. They buried their dead within the sacred precincts, treating the stones as protective spirits. The myth of the Ġgantija, the giant builders, may have begun here, in awe of ruins whose purpose no living person could explain. But these new inhabitants did not attempt to rebuild or continue the old traditions. The architectural genius that had once raised entire landscapes of stone was gone. In its place came modest huts, plain pottery, and simple tools. The temples stood silent, eroding slowly, their meanings fading from memory. Whispers of continuity. A few scholars have looked for threads of survival. Could descendants of the temple builders have lived on in obscurity, stripped of their grandeur but not entirely erased? Some point to genetic studies suggesting continuity between Neolithic and later Maltese populations. If true, then the people did not vanish. Only their way of life did. The collapse then was not extinction, but amnesia. A loss of knowledge so total, it fractured identity itself. Perhaps this is the truest mystery. Not that the temple builders died, but that they forgot who they had been. That somewhere, a generation woke to find their world's meaning gone, their gods silent, their sacred stones heavy with absence. The weight of forgetting, to walk among Malta's megaliths today, is to feel that forgetting. The stones are weathered, yet they endure. Their builders' names are gone, their language lost, but the geometry of devotion remains. In the silence, one can almost sense the final days, a community gathering in the temple's fading light, uncertain of the future. The altars still warm from ritual fires, the air thick with incense and grief. Outside, the fields failing, the sky indifferent. Perhaps they sealed the doorways themselves, whispering prayers into the stone, believing that if they could not survive, their memory might, and so they left behind what no drought, plague, or time could destroy. Architecture as testimony. But the question endures. What did they see or know that compelled them to stop? Why did they, who had shaped eternity from limestone, abandon their sacred work? No answer fully satisfies. Only echoes remain, of voices chanting to the dawn, of hands smoothing sacred altars, of eyes turned skyward for a sign that never came. In that silence lies the truest enigma of Malta's past. Not how these temples were built, but why they were ever left behind. The island sleeps beneath its sun, its ruins glowing like old bones, the story unfinished, and beneath the dust of 5,000 years, the question still whispers through the cracks of stone. Where did the temple builders go? Chapter 10. Underwater Structures. Off the Maltese coast beneath the clear blue waters of the Mediterranean, just beyond the golden shoreline of Malta, something ancient stirs. Divers have long reported strange formations resting on the seabed. Stone alignments, platforms and walls. arranged in ways that seem too deliberate to be natural. At first glance, they appear to be relics of lost architecture, the ghostly remains of temples now claimed by the sea. But are these the ruins of a forgotten civilization, or simply the artistry of geology mistaken for human hands? The waters off St. Julian's and Sliema are deceptively gentle. On calm days, the Mediterranean surface glimmers like glass, revealing shapes below, blocks and ridges that some claim are arranged in right angles, forming what look like steps, terraces, or platforms. Seasoned divers describe pathways of cut stone, walls rising from sandy plains, and patterns that recall the megalithic designs found on land at Ħaġar Qim or Mnajdra. In 1999, reports began circulating among local dive clubs and independent researchers. Claims of an underwater temple complex resting at depths of 15 to 25 meters, with features resembling the massive altars and curved apses of Malta's terrestrial megaliths. One diver, a veteran of dozens of sites, described standing upon a broad stone platform, its surface flat and squared, like the floor of a vanished hall. Another reported a narrow corridor flanked by upright blocks, eerily similar to the temple entrances carved in limestone thousands of years ago. Yet when archaeologists investigated, the results were inconclusive. To some, the formations are simply the result of erosion, the work of time, not of people. The Maltese seabed is composed largely of soft Globigerina limestone, which fractures naturally into angular blocks under the pressure of tides and currents. Nature, in its patience, can mimic the geometry of civilization. Still, others are not convinced. What lends these discoveries their haunting plausibility is the changing face of the Mediterranean itself. At the end of the last ice age, some 12,000 years ago, sea levels were over 100 meters lower than they are today. Much of what is now the Maltese seabed would have been dry land, rolling plains and valleys that stretched far beyond the modern coastline. Geologists estimate that between 10,000 and 6,000 BCE, the Mediterranean rose rapidly as glacial meltwater poured into its basin. Low-lying regions were swallowed by the sea, including parts of the Sicilian and Maltese plateaus. Ancient shorelines vanished beneath the waves. If humans once lived there, their settlements would now lie buried under layers of sediment and coral. This is not speculation. It is geological fact. The sea has always been a restless archivist, keeping its oldest records hidden in the deep. Across the world, similar stories unfold. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni monument displays terraces and steps cut into rock, sparking decades of debate over whether it is a natural formation or the remnant of an ancient city. In India's Gulf of Kambat, sonar surveys revealed vast geometric shapes on the seabed, dating back, if human-made, to a time before recorded history. Even off Sicily and Greece, underwater ridges and walls have been identified as potential prehistoric constructions. Malta, perched at the center of the Mediterranean, sits within this same mystery. The islands themselves were once connected to the larger Sicilian landmass, forming a bridge between Africa and Europe. Archaeological evidence shows that people inhabited Malta as early as 5900 BCE, bringing agriculture and livestock across the narrow channels. But what if their ancestors had been here earlier, before the rising seas transformed the landscape? What if Malta's temple culture was merely the echo of something older, something submerged? Near the town of St. Julian's, divers have mapped what appears to be a rectangular formation of stones arranged in parallel lines. The alignment faces roughly east, toward the rising sun. The structure lies at a depth consistent with submersion during the early Holocene, when sea levels began to stabilize after the Great Melt. Similar reports have emerged from Sliema, Marsaskala, and even off Gozo, where local fishermen speak of stone fields beneath the water, visible on calm, clear days. Skeptics point out that none of these features have yet been confirmed as artificial. Without clear tool marks, carvings, or artifacts, science remains cautious. Marine archaeologists from the University of Malta have conducted surveys using side-scan sonar and underwater imaging, yet the evidence remains ambiguous. Nature, it seems, is capable of composing shapes that resemble our own creations, but to those who have seen them firsthand, the symmetry is too deliberate to dismiss. The stones appear placed, not scattered. Some rest atop one another in a manner suggestive of purpose, walls, thresholds, or boundaries. Could this be the remnant of a civilization that predated even the great temple builders of Ħaġar Qim and Ġgantija? The theory is tantalizing. If the underwater structures are truly human-made, they might date back to before 6000 BCE, perhaps as early as 9000 BCE, during the final stages of the Ice Age. That would make them among the oldest known works of architecture on Earth. And yet, no tools, pottery, or human remains have been recovered from these sites. The sea keeps its secrets well. Centuries of tides and shifting sands have erased the finer details, leaving only the suggestion of lost grandeur. Still, there is a growing sense among independent researchers that Malta's story may extend far deeper in time than academia currently admits. The megalithic temples on land appear suddenly in the archaeological record, fully formed, with no clear developmental phase preceding them. How could such an advanced building culture have arisen seemingly overnight? Some propose that the knowledge of temple construction came from an earlier people, one displaced by rising waters, who carried fragments of their lost world inland, rebuilding their sacred architecture upon higher ground. Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, and Tarkshan then could be the later expressions of a memory that began beneath the sea. Geologists note that Malta's coastal shelf shows signs of ancient river valleys, now drowned by the Mediterranean. These submerged canyons once funneled fresh water into the surrounding plains, forming fertile zones ideal for settlement. If humans occupied them, their traces would lie entombed beneath silt and limestone, beyond easy reach. Excavation underwater is a slow and costly endeavor, one that few institutions have undertaken here. Yet each year, as technology improves, new possibilities emerge. High-resolution sonar imaging, autonomous submersibles, and underwater LiDAR now allow researchers to map the seabed in stunning detail. Early results hint at the presence of terraces, straight edges, and leveled platforms that defy simple explanation. But for every image that suggests human design, another expert cautions against overinterpretation. Pattern recognition, the human tendency to find meaning in randomness, is powerful. We see faces in clouds, figures in shadows, and cities in stone. The question remains, are we seeing what truly lies there, or what we long to find? Some local legends speak of the Atlantis of the Mediterranean, a land that once connected Malta, Sicily, and North Africa before the sea rose to claim it. Though Plato's myth is Greek, the idea of a drowned world resonates here with strange familiarity. Could Malta's submerged plateaus have been part of a broader network of Neolithic cultures, their temples and settlements now hidden beneath the waves? The thought lingers like a ghost. Divers who descend along the Maltese coast describe a silence unlike any other, a cathedral stillness broken only by the sound of their own breathing. The light fades as they descend, refracted into gold and blue. Then, emerging from the murk, the stones appear. Massive, weathered, patient. Whether sculpted by hands or shaped by tides, they possess a gravity that transcends explanation. To stand before them, even underwater, is to feel the same awe that the temples on land inspire. The sense of touching something older than history, something that remembers when the world was young. If the sea were to recede tomorrow, what stories would it reveal? How many cities? How many shrines? How many forgotten worlds lie silent beneath its surface? Each discovery brings us closer to the possibility that Malta's ancient civilization was not an isolated miracle, but a continuation of an even older tradition, a legacy of builders who watched the sea rise and took their knowledge to higher ground. And perhaps, as the waters rose, they looked back at their sinking world one final time, engraving its memory into stone so that one day, long after they were gone, we might rediscover it. Today, divers drift over the same submerged valleys their ancestors may have walked. They reach out to touch the stones, tracing their edges, searching for a story that remains just out of reach. Above them, sunlight ripples like a shifting veil, concealing what lies below. Malta's underwater mystery endures, a riddle written in limestone and tide. For now, the sea keeps its silence, but the stones remain, waiting for the day someone will listen deeply enough to hear what the water has been trying to say for thousands of years. Chapter 11. Malta and the Atlantean Hypothesis. The Mediterranean has always carried whispers. Beneath its serene blue expanse lie stories of drowned worlds, lands swallowed by rising seas, civilizations lost to memory. And among those whispers, one name echoes louder than all the rest: Atlantis. For over 2 millennia, since Plato first wrote of a vanished island civilization beyond the Pillars of Heracles, seekers have searched for its remains, from the Atlantic to Antarctica. Yet some have turned their gaze not outward into the ocean's distant vastness, but inward, to the heart of the Mediterranean itself. Among these theories, one island stands as a quiet yet persistent candidate: Malta. At first, the connection may seem improbable. Malta, a small archipelago just south of Sicily, hardly fits the image of a vast empire that once ruled over Libya and as far as Egypt, as Plato described. And yet, its ancient ruins tell a story of sophistication far beyond what is expected from its Neolithic past. The megalithic temples of Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, and Ġgantija predate both the pyramids of Egypt and Stonehenge by over 1,000 years. Their architecture, their astronomical precision, and their sudden disappearance all have invited comparison to Plato's legendary island. The first to draw the parallel was the 19th century scholar Giorgio Grongné de Vassé, a Maltese architect and antiquarian. In 1854, he proposed that the island's megalithic structures were remnants of Atlantis itself. Grongné noted the peculiar alignment between Plato's descriptions and Malta's geological reality. An island once larger, now fragmented by rising seas, an ancient civilization abruptly lost, and ruins that seemed far too advanced for their supposed time. Plato's Timaeus and Critias describe Atlantis as a land larger than Libya and Asia combined, lying beyond the Pillars of Heracles, an ancient term often interpreted as referring to the Strait of Gibraltar. Yet others have argued that Plato's geography was not meant as a precise map, but as a philosophical metaphor, or perhaps a memory distorted through millennia of retelling. Some have suggested that beyond the pillars could mean simply beyond known lands, or even beyond a cultural boundary, perhaps as close as the central Mediterranean. If so, Malta's location, midway between Europe and Africa, becomes compelling. It was once connected by land to Sicily, and possibly to parts of North Africa during lower sea levels at the end of the Ice Age. When the seas rose around 10,000 years ago, large sections of this ancient landscape vanished beneath the waves. Today, sonar mapping has revealed submerged terraces, caverns, and what appear to be stone alignments off the Maltese coast. To some, these are natural formations. To others, they are the remnants of something older than recorded history. Could Malta be a surviving fragment of that forgotten world? The theory gained renewed attention in the 20th century, when underwater discoveries began to challenge conventional timelines. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument revealed massive stone terraces beneath the sea. Near India, the Gulf of Kambat yielded what appeared to be submerged cities. And in the Mediterranean, divers reported megalithic features beneath the waters near Slima and St. Julian's, eerily similar in structure to the temples on land. If true, these underwater ruins suggest that Malta's temple culture might once have extended across a much larger area, perhaps an island civilization later consumed by the sea. But here the lines blur between archaeology and mythology. Mainstream scholars caution that such claims often overreach. They remind us that natural geology can imitate human design, that coincidences of alignment can occur by chance. They argue that Plato's tale was never meant to be read as literal history. In his dialogues, Atlantis serves as a moral allegory, a story of hubris and downfall, of a civilization that grew too proud and was punished by the gods. Yet even if Plato's intent was symbolic, the power of his description lies in its detail. He spoke of concentric rings of land and sea, of advanced architecture, of temples, canals, and bridges. He spoke of an island rich in metals, art, and knowledge, destroyed in a single day and night of misfortune. And within that description, echoes of Malta persist. Malta's prehistoric temples are themselves concentric, spiraling structures that seem to mirror cosmic geometry. Their builders showed mastery of engineering, art, and astronomy, but vanished so suddenly that even their language was lost. No bones, no scripts, no continuity, just the stones, standing alone. To some, this disappearance mirrors Plato's Atlantis, an advanced society erased by an event beyond comprehension. And here, geology lends its own whispers. Studies show that the Mediterranean basin has undergone catastrophic flooding events. Around 5600 BCE, when the last glacial melt accelerated, the sea level rose dramatically. Some researchers propose that the flooding of the Black Sea and parts of the Mediterranean inspired the flood myths that ripple across human cultures. The biblical deluge, the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, and perhaps, in the Greek imagination, the fall of Atlantis. Could Malta's temple culture have been one of those lost to the rising waters? The Maltese archipelago itself bears geological scars of such upheavals. Its limestone cliffs are riddled with ancient shorelines, fossilized evidence of fluctuating sea levels. Beneath the surface, networks of submerged caves stretch for miles. Divers have found stalactites deep underwater, proof that these caverns were once above sea level. It is a silent testament to how dramatically the sea has reshaped this land. If Malta's temple builders once lived on a broader, now drowned island, their civilization may have been reduced to the rocky hilltops that remain today. Over time, as climate changed and resources dwindled, their society could have fractured and faded. To later generations, only their temples would remain, monuments so vast and ancient that they seemed built by gods. It is this interplay between myth and geology, memory and ruin, that keeps the Atlantean hypothesis alive. In the mid-20th century, author and researcher Joseph Ellul revived Malta's Atlantean claim, arguing that the archipelago was once the mountain peaks of Plato's lost island. Ellul pointed to the unique patterns of erosion, the submerged valleys, and the strange precision of the temple's alignments. To him, these were not coincidences, but remnants of a pre-cataclysmic civilization, one that carried advanced knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and perhaps even navigation. Ellul was not alone. Others, such as ancient astronaut theorists and alternative historians, expanded on his ideas, suggesting that Malta's megaliths may encode celestial information far beyond the capabilities of early Neolithic people. Some even speculated that the temples were part of a global network, a prehistoric grid connecting sacred sites across continents. The academic community, of course, remains unconvinced. For them, the evidence points to a local culture, remarkable but not otherworldly. Radiocarbon dating, stratigraphy, and comparative analysis all anchor Malta's temples firmly within the Neolithic world, between 3600 and 2500 BCE. They are the culmination of a long, local evolution of ritual architecture, not the relics of a lost super-civilization. And yet, there are gaps even in this conventional story. How did such a small, isolated community develop monumental architecture on par with Egypt and Mesopotamia, without apparent external influence? How did they move stones weighing tens of tons without metal, wheels, or beasts of burden? How did they achieve alignments precise enough to mark solstices and equinoxes? Each answer offered by archaeology only seems to deepen the question. Perhaps that is why the myth of Atlantis persists, not because it offers certainty, but because it offers resonance. It speaks to a shared human intuition that we have forgotten something, that beneath our history lies an older, deeper story. For Malta, that intuition feels tangible. The island's limestone holds the imprint of vanished hands. Its temples align with stars that no longer rise in the same place. Its shores are haunted by the shapes of submerged stone. When the sun sets over the Mnajdra cliffs, the sea seems to conceal as much as it reveals. Maybe Atlantis is not a single place at all, but a memory scattered across the world's shorelines, a memory of what humanity once was, before the sea claimed so much of our past. Standing atop the cliffs of Malta, looking down at the endless horizon, it is easy to imagine how such a myth was born. The sea murmurs beneath, patient and eternal. Somewhere in that deep blue, there may indeed lie the ruins of forgotten worlds. Cities that once glittered in the sun, temples that marked the heavens, and stories that time refused to keep. Whether Malta is truly a fragment of Atlantis may never be known, but the question itself is its own kind of truth, a reminder that history is not a straight line, but a tide that rises and falls, revealing and concealing the same shores again and again, and perhaps, somewhere beneath those waves, the stones of another temple still wait for the light to find them. Chapter 12. The sleeping lady of the Hypogeum beneath the crowded streets of modern Paola. Malta lies a world carved not by wind or time, but by human hands, a labyrinth of darkness and stone known as the Ħal Saflieni Hypogeum. It is one of the most haunting monuments of prehistory, a temple, a necropolis, a sacred underworld, and in its deepest chamber, where silence feels almost alive, rests a small clay figure that has captivated the imagination of all who have seen her. She is known simply as the Sleeping Lady. Barely 12 centimeters long, she reclines on her side upon a couch or bed, one arm folded beneath her head as if in gentle slumber. Her body is rounded, full, and serene. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Delicate fingers, softly curved limbs, the faint suggestion of patterned textiles beneath her. Though made of simple baked clay over 5,000 years ago, she radiates an uncanny stillness, a calm that feels timeless. Discovered in 1902 within the depths of the Hypogeum, the Sleeping Lady quickly became a symbol of Malta's Neolithic mystery. Yet despite more than a century of study, her meaning remains elusive. Was she a goddess resting between worlds, a priestess in trance, or a simple mortal depicted in eternal sleep? The chamber in which she was found gives few answers. The Hypogeum itself descends through 3 levels of rock, carved entirely by hand with tools of stone and antler. It is both tomb and temple, a subterranean mirror of the great megalithic sanctuaries above ground, such as Tarxian and Ḥaġar Qim. But where those bask in the sun, the Hypogeum breathes in darkness. Its chambers twist and fold like the passageways of the human mind. Some rooms echo faintly when sound is made within them, producing resonances that seem almost musical, as though designed to alter consciousness. The walls are carved with curves and recesses, spirals and niches, imitating the architecture of the living temples above, yet existing here in a world of perpetual night. When excavators first entered the site at the turn of the 20th century, they found thousands of human bones, men, women, children, laid to rest in careful arrangement. Alongside them were small figurines, beads, shells, and pottery. The Sleeping Lady was among these offerings, found in what became known as the Oracle Room, where the acoustics are most profound. The atmosphere within that chamber is almost otherworldly. The limestone glows faintly red under lamplight, and any sound, even a whisper, resonates for several seconds, vibrating through the stone like the breath of some ancient instrument. Many believe this chamber was used for ritual chanting or trance, where priests or priestesses could speak in the voice of the underworld. To imagine the Sleeping Lady in this space is to glimpse the inner world of the temple builders. A world where death was not an end, but a passage, where the boundary between sleep, dream, and eternity was porous. Her posture, reclining, peaceful, has led many to see her as an image of death itself, but not the death of fear or decay. Rather, she embodies rest, transition, the soul sleeping before rebirth. Her roundness evokes fertility and life, even as she lies in stillness. She seems to bridge 2 states, the living and the beyond, embodying the cyclical view of existence that defined Malta's prehistoric spirituality. This interpretation aligns with the broader imagery of the Maltese temple culture, where life and death intertwine. At Tarxian, colossal female statues evoke abundance and creation. At the Hypogeum, the same archetype takes on a quieter, inward form. Above ground, the goddess gives life. Below, she receives it back. Yet the artistry of the Sleeping Lady is exceptional even among these masterpieces. The precision of her proportions, the delicacy of her fingers, and the subtle curve of her face suggest a level of craftsmanship that borders on intimate knowledge, as if the sculptor had studied not the idealized divine, but the softness of a real human body at rest. Who was the artist, and for whom was she made? No signature, no inscription, no companion figures were found with her. She stands alone, a singular vision in clay. Some scholars suggest she may have been a votive offering, a miniature substitute for the deceased, placed to ensure peaceful passage into the afterlife. Others propose she represented the Great Mother herself, resting between acts of creation, embodying the eternal rhythm of birth, death, and renewal. There is another possibility, one less often spoken, that the Sleeping Lady was an object of trance, a focus for meditation or dreaming rituals. The Hypogeum's resonance is known to affect the brain, particularly frequencies around 110 Hz, which modern experiments show can induce altered states of consciousness. Those who stood within the Oracle Room may have used sound and darkness to enter visions. Perhaps the Sleeping Lady symbolized that inner journey, the human soul resting in divine dream. The discovery of the figure came at a time when archaeology was still finding its footing between science and wonder. The early excavations, led by Manuel Magri and later Sir Themistocles Zammit, revealed not just architecture but a world view, one that did not fit easily into Western frameworks. The Hypogeum was unlike any known tomb. It was a womb of stone, its chambers shaped like organic forms, round, curved, enfolding. In one sense, the whole structure seemed to represent the body of the Earth Mother herself. To enter it was to return to her. To die was to be reabsorbed into her being. In that context, the sleeping lady takes on profound symbolism. She lies not upon a mere bed, but upon the threshold of the Great Mother. Her rest mirrors the Earth's embrace. In death, she dreams. And through her dream, life is renewed above. Even her small scale may hold meaning. In ancient belief systems across the Neolithic world, miniature figures often served as conduits between the human and divine, portable icons through which one could commune with greater powers. The sleeping lady, small enough to fit in the palm, invites a kind of intimacy rare in ancient art. She is not distant or monumental. She is human-scaled, approachable, as if meant to be held close during prayer or mourning. And yet, she is undeniably sacred. Some visitors who stand before her today, displayed behind glass in Malta's National Museum of Archaeology, describe feeling an inexplicable calm, as though her repose extends outward, quieting the noise of the mind. Her serenity seems to transcend time, speaking in the universal language of rest. What is striking is how modern her humanity feels. She does not bear the rigid formality of later religious icons. Her body is real, heavy with life. Her rest is not abstraction, but tenderness. In her, the ancient Maltese expressed a view of existence that feels deeply mature, an understanding that death is not annihilation, but return, that sleep is not absence, but presence in another form. Over the years, interpretations have multiplied. Some see her as a sleeping priestess who entered trance to commune with spirits of the dead. Others believe she is the goddess herself, resting after the act of creation, dreaming the world into being. There are even those who suggest she is both, the human and divine, merged into one eternal form. The truth may never be known. What we can say is that her creators lived in a world attuned to rhythm and cycle. They observed the rising of stars, the shifting of seasons, the breath between life and death. In their temples of stone and in their subterranean sanctuaries, they carved these rhythms into architecture and art. The sleeping lady is the still point within that great turning, the dream at the center of existence. As centuries passed, her people vanished. The Hypogeum fell silent, sealed by earth and time. The chamber's resonant songs faded into the deep, but the figure remained, perfectly preserved in her quiet pose, waiting to be found again. When she was lifted from the dust after nearly 5 millennia, it was as though the ancient world briefly opened its eyes. She had been dreaming through ages of darkness, dreaming perhaps of us. Today, she lies in museum light, far from the underworld that once cradled her. Yet her mystery endures. Her silence continues to speak of things we have forgotten. That rest is sacred, that death may be a form of dreaming, and that somewhere within the stone of time, the ancient goddess still sleeps, breathing softly beneath the world. And when you look upon her, that small, reclining form born before history's dawn, you may feel something stir in the quiet part of your mind, a whisper as if from beneath the earth itself. Sleep is not the end, only the beginning of the dream. Chapter 13. Acoustic engineering of the oracle room beneath the limestone skin of Malta, in the heart of the Hypogeum, lies a chamber unlike any other in the ancient world. It is small, dark, and carved with deliberate precision. Its walls curve inwards like the interior of a shell, polished smooth by ancient hands. This is the so-called oracle room, a space that hums with sound and mystery. When a low male voice speaks within it, something extraordinary happens. The sound doesn't merely echo, it seems to bloom, spreading through the air and through the body of anyone present. Modern acoustic studies have revealed that this chamber resonates at approximately 110 Hz, a frequency that interacts with the human brain in strange and measurable ways. It is not merely an echo chamber, it is an instrument. Archaeologists first rediscovered the Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni in 1902, when construction workers accidentally broke through its roof. What they uncovered was a vast subterranean labyrinth. 3 levels deep, carved entirely from solid limestone, dating back over 5,000 years. Within this maze of chambers, the oracle room stands out, not because of its size, but because of its sound. Early visitors reported eerie acoustics, claiming that their voices carried in unnatural ways, reverberating through walls that seemed alive. It was not until the late 20th century, however, that scientists began to study these effects in earnest. Researchers from the International Institute for Advanced Studies in Systems Science and Cybernetics in Switzerland brought sound engineers, neurologists, and archaeologists together to explore the chamber's resonance. Their tests revealed that when a deep male voice chanted within the oracle room, the entire structure, walls, air, and even human bodies, vibrated sympathetically at around 110 Hz. This frequency, they found, produced subtle changes in the brain's activity, particularly in regions associated with intuition and emotion. Brain. Scans conducted during similar acoustic experiments elsewhere show that exposure to sustained sound at this range can induce trance-like states, slowing the brain's dominant frequency and creating a bridge between waking consciousness and dream. Shamans and monks from vastly different traditions, Tibetan, Siberian, and Gregorian, all use chanting that naturally hovers around the same range. The resonance seems to calm the analytical mind, evoking instead a sense of unity and presence. Could the builders of the Hypogeum have known this? Without writing, mathematics, or metal tools, how could a Neolithic people have carved a room with such precise acoustic behavior? The oracle room is no accident of geology. Its walls were shaped by hand, the curvature and dimensions calculated not by ruler, but by experience, sound, and intuition. In the dim torchlight of prehistory, one can imagine the builders chanting into the stone, listening for the hum that signaled the right shape. The walls are slightly concave, and the ceiling arches like a dome, focusing sound as if through an invisible lens. Even the niches carved into the sides seem to act as resonant chambers, dispersing vibrations in complex patterns. Archaeologists have noted that the stone itself contributes to the effect. The Hypogeum's limestone is dense but porous, absorbing certain frequencies while amplifying others. This natural property may have guided the builder's choice of location. Yet even knowing this, the precision remains baffling. Other Neolithic sites, from Göbekli Tepe to Stonehenge, show awareness of alignment and ritual geometry, but none display such a direct manipulation of sound. Inside the oracle room, sound does not fade, it lingers. A single note can hang in the air for up to 8 seconds. To anyone standing within, it feels as though the sound passes through the body itself. Researchers describe a sensation of internal vibration, a resonance that seems to blur the boundary between self and stone. Some believe this was deliberate, that the Hypogeum was designed as a space to induce altered states of consciousness. The structure's layout supports this theory. The upper chambers appear to have been for communal gatherings or offerings, while the lower levels descend into increasingly restricted, almost womb-like spaces. The oracle room sits at a transitional depth between the living world and the realm of the dead. It is here, perhaps, that priests or priestesses spoke with the unseen. The very name oracle room originates from early accounts suggesting that a voice projected from the chamber could be heard throughout the surrounding complex. Some hypothesize that rituals involved a hidden speaker, a priest whose words, amplified by the stone, would seem to issue from the earth itself. Imagine the power such an illusion might have carried in a time before writing, when sound and story shaped reality. Others reject the notion of deception. They see instead a sacred technology, a means of communion, where sound was the bridge between worlds. In this view, the oracle room was less an instrument of control than of transformation. Chanting within the chamber may have been a form of meditation, a sonic path toward transcendence, healing, or divine communication. Evidence supports the idea that the Hypogeum's builders revered sound. Within the chambers, archaeologists have found polished stones that may have been used as percussion instruments, and bones arranged in ways suggesting ritual rhythm. The acoustics of other nearby temples, such as Ħaġar Qim and Mnajdra, also hint at deliberate sound design, though none achieve the same resonant power as the oracle room. Still, the 110 Hz mystery lingers. Modern experiments with resonance show that this frequency sits at the threshold between the alpha and theta brainwave states. the mental zone associated with deep meditation, creativity, and trance. Prolonged exposure can trigger a state psychologists call sonic entrainment, where the brain synchronizes with external vibration. It is possible that ancient ritual specialists, through generations of observation, discovered this effect empirically. But if so, why has it not been replicated elsewhere? Why does the oracle room stand alone in prehistory, a solitary experiment in acoustic precision? One answer may lie in its isolation. The Hypogeum was sealed for millennia, hidden beneath layers of earth. When it was rediscovered, thousands of human remains were found within, men, women, and children, all buried in fetal positions, as if returning to the womb of the earth. Perhaps this was the end of a tradition, a final rite in a dying world. There are whispers of suppression too. Early reports from the 1920s mention the removal of skulls with elongated shapes, human, but subtly altered. These skulls, once displayed in Malta's museums, were later lost or removed from public view. Some have speculated, without proof, that these individuals were ritual specialists, oracles who used resonance and trance as tools of communion. Others dismiss this as sensationalism. Yet the gaps in documentation fuel the mystery. Whether these stories hold truth or not, the sense of something deliberately forgotten pervades the site. Standing within the oracle room today, one feels both awe and unease, as if the air itself remembers something the modern mind cannot. The 110 Hz tone remains unchanged through the centuries, vibrating through the bones of those who dare to speak. Sound engineers who have recorded inside the Hypogeum describe subtle phenomena that resist easy explanation. A sense of disorientation, time dilation, even vertigo. Visitors report tingling sensations, spontaneous emotion, or the feeling of voices within the sound. While such reactions can be explained by acoustics and psychology, they echo the ancient purpose of the chamber: to move the human spirit through sound. To experience the oracle room is to confront an ancient form of science, one that united physics and faith, sound and soul. It suggests that the temple builders understood something about the human condition that we, in our technological age, are only beginning to rediscover. That vibration is not merely heard, but felt. That sound can shape consciousness itself. Was this discovery accidental, born from the play of voices in stone? Or was it intentional, the legacy of a forgotten science of resonance, once known and then lost? The oracle room remains silent now, its rituals long ended. Yet if you stand within and whisper, the stone still answers. It carries your voice into itself, merges it with something older, and returns it transformed. The sound is neither wholly yours, nor wholly the earth's. It belongs to the space between. And in that echo, trembling at the edge of perception, one may still sense what the ancients sought. Not words, but a vibration that bridges worlds. A sound that opens the gates of memory. The resonance fades, leaving only stillness. But the question remains, humming just beneath the silence. Who first discovered the voice of the stone? And why have we never heard it again? Chapter 14, DNA Studies of Ancient Maltese. Remains, in the quiet chambers of the National Museum of Archaeology in Valletta, sealed behind glass and silence, lie the bones of a people long vanished. Their temples still stand, sunlit and enduring. But their voices, those who carved the limestone, who aligned the stones with the stars, are gone. For decades, archaeology could only guess at who they were. But in recent years, science has begun to unearth something deeper, the very code that once pulsed within them. Tiny fragments of DNA, drawn from fragile bone and tooth, have begun to whisper the genetic story of Malta's first inhabitants. The first serious genetic analyses of Malta's prehistoric remains began in the early 2000s and were refined in the following decade. What they revealed was both expected and unsettling. The temple builders, those who raised Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, Tarxian, shared ancestry with the first European farmers who spread out from Anatolia roughly 8,000 years ago. These were people who carried the agricultural revolution across the Aegean, through Greece, into Sicily, and eventually onto the limestone plateau of Malta. Their arrival marked the beginning of a new epoch, the dawn of the island's Neolithic culture, one of the most sophisticated of its age. Yet, when geneticists compared the Maltese samples with their European contemporaries, a peculiar pattern emerged. The DNA suggested kinship, yes, but also distance. These early Maltese settlers carried the genetic signature of Neolithic Europe, but as the centuries passed, that signature began to drift, as though the island had sealed itself off from the wider world. By around 3500 BCE, the Maltese population showed signs of deep genetic isolation. No fresh gene flow from the mainland, no evidence of newcomers, a people turning inward, both culturally and biologically. The implications were profound. Here was an island civilization that had flourished in near total seclusion for more than a millennium. Their artistry, their temple architecture, their spiritual traditions, all had evolved in a vacuum. The Maltese were not just isolated geographically, they were isolated genetically, creating a microcosm of humanity preserved in the middle of the sea. But isolation, in evolutionary terms, is both a blessing and a curse. When populations shrink and remain cut off, their genetic diversity begins to narrow. Rare mutations persist. Entire maternal lines can vanish. And eventually, a fragile equilibrium forms until the smallest disruption can tip it toward collapse. This, perhaps, is what the DNA reveals most hauntingly. Many of the mitochondrial haplogroups, the maternal genetic markers, found in Malta's Neolithic skeletons, do not appear in any later Mediterranean populations. They simply vanish from the record. It is as if an entire lineage of humanity, mothers, daughters, generations of voices, was quietly erased. Geneticists call this a bottleneck, a sudden reduction in population that eliminates diversity and leaves behind only a narrow remnant of what once was. But in Malta, this bottleneck is not just biological, it is civilizational. Archaeologically, this aligns with what the stones have already told us. Around 2500 BCE, temple construction ceases. The artistry, the rituals, the communal burials all stop. The temple builders disappear from the record, replaced centuries later by newcomers of an entirely different genetic and cultural signature, the Bronze Age peoples from Sicily and beyond. The DNA confirms what the ruins suggest, a complete cultural and biological severance, a civilization that did not evolve into the next but ended outright. What caused it? The genetic record cannot say, but between its lines, one can almost sense the silence after a storm, the residue of something catastrophic. Some scientists propose that inbreeding and isolation weakened the population over time. Others imagine famine, resource exhaustion, or disease, and some, more poetically inclined, wonder if the temple builders simply chose to fade away, leaving their great stone sanctuaries as tombs of remembrance. Yet, amid this mystery, a few peculiar genetic signals have drawn attention. In several bone samples from the Hypogeum and Tarxian, researchers found mitochondrial markers that appear nowhere else in Neolithic Europe. Distinct, unclassified, their nearest parallels are scattered faintly across the ancient Near East, even as far as the Caucasus. Were these anomalies, contamination, or whispers of an older lineage, one that predates the farming migrations themselves? The possibility has intrigued some fringe researchers who connect Malta's prehistory to deeper, more enigmatic migrations, those of forgotten mariners who roamed the seas before recorded time. They suggest that Malta may have been settled not once but multiple times, by different waves of people, some carrying traditions and genes now lost to the modern world. And if that is true, the island's DNA would be not a simple lineage, but a palimpsest, a layered memory of humanity's forgotten past. Still, mainstream science remains cautious. Ancient DNA is fragile, easily corrupted, and often incomplete. Of the hundreds of skeletal remains discovered in Malta's Hypogeum and Megalithic tombs, only a handful have yielded viable genetic material. Even then, contamination from soil and handling can distort results. But despite the challenges, each new study continues to refine the portrait, slowly, molecule by molecule. In 2019, a comprehensive genome analysis of Neolithic Maltese individuals revealed once again their close ties to early European farmers, but with a genetic drift far greater than expected. The data suggested that after initial colonization, likely from Sicily or southern Italy, Malta remained almost completely cut off for more than 1,000 years. This was unprecedented in the prehistoric Mediterranean, where most islands show continuous contact and intermarriage. It was as if Malta had sealed itself in a ritual of isolation, a sacred laboratory of human evolution and eventual decline. That same study noted another curious feature. signs of possible inbreeding. In small, isolated populations, cousin marriage and limited gene pools can lead to an accumulation of harmful recessive traits. Over generations, this can reduce fertility, weaken immune systems, and heighten vulnerability to disease. If the temple builders truly numbered only a few thousand souls, living generation after generation on the same limestone island, their genetic fate may have been written long before their temples fell silent. Yet even this, haunting as it is, does not fully explain the vanishing haplogroups, the maternal lines that leave no descendants. Some have speculated that a subset of Malta's population may have been absorbed into foreign groups through migration, perhaps during times of drought or collapse. Others suggest an altogether stranger possibility, that Malta's isolation preserved genetic features so ancient that once lost, they left no trace in later populations. In that sense, the disappearance of these haplogroups may represent not extinction, but the fading of a more ancient strain of humanity, an echo from before history began to write itself. And here, the story circles back to myth, to those who look upon Malta not merely as an island, but as a fragment of something older, a remnant of a forgotten continent. Atlantis, some say, or an unnamed world swallowed by rising seas. They see in the genetic anomalies the last signature of that lost people, a biological fingerprint from a civilization erased by time and water. Such theories remain speculative, of course, yet they persist, because they give shape to what the data alone cannot explain. Why the temple builders appear, flourish, and vanish, leaving behind both temples and silence. Even in the scientific community, a kind of reverence has taken hold. To extract DNA from bone that has lain buried for 5,000 years is to touch something sacred. These molecules, fragile as dust, are not just data, they are memory. Memory of migration and isolation, memory of birth and extinction, and perhaps memory of something we still do not understand. In the sterile light of the laboratory, as technicians sequence the fragments and reconstruct genomes from ancient marrow, there is a sense of quiet awe. Each strand that appears on their screens is a bridge, connecting us not just to the Neolithic Maltese, but to the greater story of humanity's rise, its dispersal, and its many forgotten chapters. The DNA does not lie, but it does not tell everything. It gives us structure without spirit, bones without breath. To find the rest, one must still listen to the stones, to the wind in the Hypogeum, to the silence beneath the temples. For in that silence, perhaps the temple builders still speak, not in words, but in the code that once shaped their hands, their eyes, their dreams. And as that code fades into the vast sea of human history, we are left to wonder, was their disappearance merely biological? Or was it the end of something far older, something that once carried knowledge we no longer remember? The DNA ends in ellipses, the sequence trails off, and somewhere, deep beneath the limestone, the story of Malta's first people remains incomplete, waiting for another voice, another discovery to finish the line they began 5,000 years ago. Chapter 15. Cyclopean Masonry Techniques. There are stones on the islands of Malta that seem to have defied time itself, not because they have survived millennia of wind and sea, but because they whisper of a knowledge that should not have existed when they were first shaped. Across the islands, at Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, Tarxian, and Ġgantija, the same silent language of stone repeats itself. Massive megaliths, carved and balanced with geometric precision, interlocked without the use of mortar, standing as if the earth itself had placed them there. These are not the rough-hewn remnants of crude builders. They are deliberate, balanced, alive with mathematics that was never written down. And they were built more than 5,000 years ago, before the pyramids of Egypt, before the first wheel turned in Sumer. How? That question has followed every archaeologist who has ever stood before Malta's prehistoric temples. The official timeline tells us these structures were raised by Neolithic farmers, a peaceful island society working with simple stone tools, wooden rollers, and sheer manpower. Yet the stones themselves seem to mock that simplicity. Some weigh over 50 tons, their surfaces cut so cleanly that sunlight runs like water along their edges. There are no signs of cranes or pulleys, no traces of the wheel. Even the idea of metal chisels is absent. The Maltese temple builders, we are told, used nothing harder than flint and antler picks. And yet, the result is a world of stone that fits together with a precision we struggle to replicate with modern machinery. The style of this ancient construction has earned a name, Cyclopean masonry. The term comes from later Greek myth, Cyclopes, the one-eyed giant said to have built the walls of Mycenae and Tiryns. When the Greeks saw those colossal blocks in their own hills, they could not imagine that ordinary humans had built them. And when scholars in the 19th century saw Malta's megaliths, the comparison was inevitable. The similarities run deeper than size alone. Like the walls of Mycenae, the Maltese temples rely on interlocking geometry rather than binding agents. Each block has been subtly shaped to balance the next, the load distributed with uncanny understanding of pressure and weight. In some places, the stones curve gently inward, forming an early kind of corbel arch, a feature centuries ahead of its time. At Ħaġar Qim, near Malta's southern coast, one of the main trilithons, two vertical slabs supporting a massive capstone, rises with an elegance that feels almost mathematical. The doorways align with the solstices. Sunlight threads through the passageways on the exact days of cosmic balance. The temple is a calendar, a cathedral, and an engineering marvel, all carved from limestone that fractures easily if mishandled. Whoever built these temples knew the material intimately. They carved not against the stone's grain, but with it, using its layers to support its own weight. Modern geologists have noted that the temple builders must have selected stones from specific quarries, chosen not for proximity, but for density and orientation. This was not blind effort, it was refined, practiced art. Yet still, the question remains, how did they move them? Theories abound. Wooden rollers, sledges, and manpower are the official explanations. But on an island where trees were scarce even in prehistory, such theories strain under the logistics. Some archaeologists have suggested that stones were dragged over lubricated clay tracks. Others believe rounded stones acted as primitive ball bearings beneath sledges, but the evidence is thin. No rollers or sledges have been found. What has been found are mysterious parallel grooves cut deep into the bedrock across Malta, known as cart ruts. They run for miles, sometimes plunging into the sea, sometimes crossing one another in patterns that seem too complex for simple transport paths. Were they the remnants of a prehistoric transportation system, or traces of something entirely different, ritual, symbolic, or even geological? To this day, no one agrees. When viewed from above, Malta's temples resemble abstract patterns, spirals, ellipses, concentric chambers. The stones fit together not just horizontally, but vertically, forming what modern engineers would call a load-bearing matrix. It's a technique that allows immense weight to be distributed evenly across the structure, preventing collapse even during seismic activity. Similar systems appear on the other side of the world, in places that, according to conventional timelines, had no possible contact with Malta's Neolithic builders. In the highlands of Peru, at Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, vast polygonal walls rise from the earth, their stones fitted so tightly that a sheet of paper cannot pass between them. Each block is unique, yet all fit as if poured into place. No mortar, no written record, just the same silent geometry. In Mycenae, the citadel's walls echo the same principles. The Greeks later attributed them to mythic giants, believing no human hands could have managed such feats. And in both Peru and Malta, we find something else. Doorways cut with almost impossible smoothness, curving into the stone like the negative of a sculpture, as if the builders understood not just how to lift and place, but how to shape space itself. Was this simply parallel invention, two civilizations separated by oceans arriving at similar methods through necessity? Or is there something deeper, a shared memory of an earlier knowledge, passed down in fragments? Archaeology is cautious. It avoids words like connection, yet even within the academy, quiet voices admit the similarities are difficult to ignore. One curious feature of Malta's temples supports this unease. They were all built in roughly the same way, across different islands, with no obvious experimentation or learning curve. The first known temples, like those of Ġgantija on Gozo, already display full mastery of the technique. There is no progression from crude to refined. It begins perfect, and then, abruptly, it stops. Around 2500 BCE, the temple building culture vanished. The tools, the techniques, the artistry, gone. Later settlers reused the ruins, but never rebuilt in the same style. The knowledge of how to move, balance, and interlock these massive stones was lost forever. This sudden silence mirrors other ancient mysteries. the disappearance of the builders of Stonehenge, the collapse of the Pyramid Age in Egypt, the fading of the Olmec. Civilizations that seem to have touched a higher understanding, only to fall into shadow without explanation. Some have speculated that the builders of Malta's temples possessed forms of leverage and counterweight now forgotten, or that they exploited the buoyancy of stone by transporting it over water before raising it on land. Others drift toward the unorthodox: resonance technology, acoustic levitation, lost sciences of sound and vibration. Such ideas sit at the fringes of accepted study, yet the stones themselves seem to hum with a strange coherence, as if they were designed not only to stand, but to sing. Sound tests within the Hypogeum, a subterranean temple connected to the same culture, have revealed extraordinary acoustic properties. Certain frequencies resonate perfectly within its chambers, amplifying the human voice into a low, almost hypnotic vibration. If the same principles were understood above ground, perhaps the placement of each megalith was not random, but part of a larger harmonic design. Could the builders have known that sound, weight, and geometry all converge in vibration? That harmony itself might be a tool for moving matter. It remains speculation, but one rooted in ancient curiosity. Every generation of archaeologists returns to Malta with new instruments, new methods, hoping to decode its language of stone. Ground-penetrating radar, 3D scanning, and microscopic residue analysis all have been applied. Yet the fundamental mystery remains untouched. The stones do not yield their secrets easily. They were placed to endure, not to explain. And so, Malta stands as a paradox. The temples are too advanced for their time, yet too ancient for later influence. The builders left no written words, no blueprints, no clear signs of tools. Only their craft survives. The weight of the stones, the silence between them, the precision that still defies imitation. Perhaps that is why, when we stand among these megaliths, we feel something beyond mere admiration. A sense that the builders were not simply constructing temples, but preserving memory. That each block was a message carved into permanence, a language that would outlive its speakers. In the cool wind that drifts through the broken doorways of Mnajdra, one can almost hear that message, not in words, but in the weight of time itself. We do not yet know who they were, or how they worked the stone, but their mastery of balance, alignment, and scale whispers of a civilization that understood something we have forgotten. That the earth itself is a living tool, and that to build in harmony with its weight is to build for eternity. And so, the Cyclopean stones of Malta remain, immovable, unyielding, silent witnesses to a forgotten precision. Perhaps the question is not how they were built, but why that knowledge was lost. Because somewhere beneath the dust of millennia, between the joints of those vast blocks, lies the faint memory of a world where architecture was not construction, but communion. A world whose echoes still stand, patient and eternal, awaiting the day we learn once more to listen. Chapter 16. The Zagra Stone Circle, Brochtorf Circle. Hidden beneath layers of time, on the island of Gozo, lies a place where silence and stone meet in solemn remembrance. The Zagra Stone Circle, also known as the Brochtorf Circle. To the untrained eye, it appears as little more than a depression in the earth, an echo of something long forgotten. But beneath this unassuming patch of land rests one of the most haunting archaeological sites in the Maltese archipelago, a Neolithic necropolis, where over 200 souls were laid to rest more than 5,000 years ago. The story of its discovery begins not in modern times, but in the 1820s. A German painter, Charles Frederick de Brochtorf, sketched what he saw as local farmers unearthed ancient stones and bones in the area near Zagra, a village overlooking the same plateau that holds the grand temples of Ġgantija. Those sketches, among the earliest visual records of Maltese prehistory, show stone chambers and megalithic walls, fragments of pottery, and human remains arranged as though in ritual repose. For decades, what Brochtorf had seen was dismissed as little more than a curiosity. The site itself was soon lost, covered again by earth, forgotten by scholarship, and buried beneath the slow, patient dust of time. But what was buried, it seems, was not meant to stay hidden forever. In the late 20th century, more than 150 years after Brochtorf's drawings, archaeologists returned to the site. Between 1987 and 1994, teams led by the University of Cambridge and the National Museum of Archaeology in Malta reopened the ground. What they found would reframe Malta's entire prehistoric story. Beneath the soil lay a stone circle enclosing a complex of subterranean tombs, chambers, and passageways. The remains were astonishingly preserved. Some chambers contained the bones of entire families, others a jumble of disarticulated skeletons, as though bodies had been moved, rearranged, perhaps after ritual exposure. More than 200 individuals had been interred here. Their remains mingled with animal bones, shells, beads, and intricately carved figurines. These were not crude burials. They were acts of reverence, guided by belief and memory. Each placement, each offering, spoke to a worldview that blurred the line between the living and the dead. Archaeologists identified the site as belonging to the Ġgantija phase, around 3600 to 3000 BCE, the same era that produced Malta's earliest megalithic temples. Yet the circle differed profoundly in purpose. While Ġgantija's towering stones reached upward in celebration of fertility, life, and renewal, the Ġagra circle descended inward, into darkness, silence, and rest. One might say that where Ġgantija sang to the sun, Ġagra whispered to the earth. Excavations revealed that the circle's builders had cut deep into the limestone bedrock, creating a series of interlinked chambers supported by massive blocks. In some, the ceilings still bore red ochre pigment, perhaps the same colour seen in the Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni, the great underground sanctuary on Malta's main island. The parallels were striking. Both sites were subterranean, both held the remains of hundreds, and both seemed to have been deliberately sealed, as if to close a sacred chapter in human memory. Among the most haunting discoveries were the figurines. Some were stylized human shapes with generous forms, similar to the fat lady figures found in the temples. Others depicted animals, bulls, pigs, birds, and still others were abstract, covered with geometric motifs that may have carried symbolic meaning now lost to us. One particularly delicate sculpture portrayed a small human head, carved from soft limestone, with eyes half closed, an expression somewhere between life and dream. What rituals were performed here? What words were spoken over the dead? Archaeologists can only speculate. Some suggest the site functioned as a collective burial ground for the surrounding communities, each family contributing its dead over generations. Others see in it a place of initiation or communion, a threshold where the living entered the underworld to commune with their ancestors. The presence of animal bones, including those of cattle and goats, hints at ritual feasting or offering, food for the departed, or perhaps for the gods themselves. The intermingling of human and animal remains suggests a worldview in which boundaries between species, life, and spirit were porous. And then, there is the most enigmatic act of all, the deliberate burial of the site itself. Sometime around 2500 BCE, the entrances to the circle were filled in, stones collapsed inward, chambers were sealed, entrances blocked. This was not the result of natural decay. It was intentional. The people who closed the circle did so carefully, respectfully, as though laying the site, and perhaps their own tradition, to rest. Why? No written record survives to tell us, but the timing aligns with one of the great mysteries of Maltese prehistory, the sudden disappearance of the temple builders. Across the islands, construction of megalithic structures halted abruptly. Figurines, altars, and pottery styles vanished from the archaeological record. For centuries afterward, there is silence. Was the burial of the Ġagra circle part of this larger cultural ending? A symbolic gesture marking the withdrawal of an entire civilization? Or was it an act of fear, a sealing away of something once sacred, now dangerous to remember? In the deeper chambers, excavators found layers of disarticulated human bone, as if bodies had been intentionally rearranged long after death. Some skulls were grouped together, others separated. A few had been placed atop flat stones in apparent display. This speaks not of casual burial, but of ritual, a choreography of death performed with meaning we can scarcely imagine. The bones themselves tell further stories. Osteological studies revealed a community that was robust and well-fed, yet not immune to hardship. Signs of arthritis, healed fractures, and nutritional stress mark the remains. These were people who labored with stone, who carried heavy loads, who built the monuments that still stand under Malta's sun. Yet in death, They were treated not as individuals, but as parts of a greater whole. One chamber contained the remains of an infant nestled beside an adult woman, perhaps mother and child, reunited in the afterlife. Nearby, a man's bones were found wrapped with shell beads and a flint blade, symbols of both beauty and protection. Each burial seems to whisper of relationships that transcended the grave. And above it all, the circle of stone stood as boundary and mirror, separating the world of the living from that of the ancestors, yet uniting them in the same sacred landscape. Only a short walk away, Ġgantija Temple rises from the plateau, its megaliths among the oldest freestanding structures on Earth. To stand between these two sites, the Temple of Life and the Circle of the Dead, is to glimpse the duality that defined Neolithic Malta: birth and decay, sunlight and shadow, memory and oblivion. It is possible that those who visited Ġgantija for fertility rites or seasonal ceremonies would later descend to Għar to honor the dead. The two may have been complementary sanctuaries, one facing the sky, the other turned toward the underworld. The archaeologists who worked at the Brochthof Circle described moments of profound quiet. As they descended through layers of soil and debris, they found themselves walking through the architecture of a vanished belief system, a world that viewed death not as an end, but as a transformation, an entry into another continuum. Today, the site is reburied once again. After excavation, the fragile chambers were covered for preservation, their contents moved to museums for study. Visitors to Gozo see little trace of the necropolis that once pulsed beneath their feet. Only a few markers and the distant memory of stone remain. And perhaps that is fitting. For the Għar stone circle was never meant to stand open under the sky. It was a place of secrecy, of silence, a place where the living came to leave something behind, a body, a name, a hope, and to walk away changed. When the circle was sealed for the final time, its builders could not have known that thousands of years later, others would come to uncover it again, to lift the same stones and to ask the same questions. Yet even now, those questions have no answers. Why was this sanctuary buried? What was lost or preserved beneath its stones? Perhaps the circle was not merely a tomb, but a message. A warning carved in limestone, waiting for the right moment to resurface. And as the wind moves across the fields of Għar, whispering through olive trees and over the unseen stones below, it feels as if the island itself remembers. Not through words, but through the weight of silence. A silence that endures, a silence that listens, and a silence that asks us, softly, insistently, what else might still lie hidden beneath the soil of Malta, waiting to awaken once more. Chapter 17. Temple carvings and the spiral motif across the sun-bleached limestone of Malta's ancient temples. The spiral appears again and again, curling, turning, and unfolding like a quiet whisper from another age, carved into stone walls that have endured for over 5,000 years. These swirling lines hold a power that feels both deliberate and timeless. They are among the oldest surviving works of art in Europe, older than the pyramids of Egypt, older even than Stonehenge. And yet, for all our study and speculation, we do not know what they truly meant to the people who carved them. At Tarxian, spirals adorn the central chambers, delicate, flowing, almost hypnotic. They curl beside reliefs of animals, beneath altars, around doorways that lead from one sacred space to another. Some are single spirals, coiling inward to a hidden point. Others are double, twin paths that turn outward and inward in perfect balance. The surfaces are smooth from centuries of touch, suggesting that generations once traced these patterns with reverence, fingers gliding along the grooves in quiet devotion. These motifs are not random decoration. They are placed with precision on key walls and thresholds, as if guarding or guiding those who entered. Archaeologists have long debated their meaning. Some see them as cosmic diagrams, symbols of the sun and moon, of cycles and rebirth. Others view them as representations of the feminine, the womb, or the journey of life itself. But beyond all theories lies a feeling that these spirals were not mere ornamentation, but a language, one that has since fallen silent. When the temples of Malta were first excavated in the early 20th century, the spirals astonished the archaeologists who uncovered them. The motifs were deeply incised, their symmetry precise, their rhythm graceful. Sir Themistocles Zammit, Malta's pioneering archaeologist, described them as the sacred language of stone. He noted how the spirals often appeared near altars, sometimes surrounding offerings or bones of sacrificed animals. To him, they seemed to bind the architecture to the unseen, a physical echo of spiritual order. At Ħaġar Qim, the spirals bask in sunlight that filters through ancient openings designed to align with the solstice. Here, the stones themselves become part of a celestial choreography. As dawn light touches the carvings each summer, the spirals catch the glow, turning golden for a brief moment before fading back into shadow. It is easy to imagine how, 5 millennia ago, this moment might have marked renewal, fertility, or the turning of seasons. The spiral is one of humanity's oldest symbols, found in caves, megaliths, and pottery across the ancient world. From the passage tomb of Newgrange in Ireland to the petroglyphs of the Iberian Peninsula and the carved stones of Orkney, the same motif recurs, separated by oceans yet united in vision. The question lingers: how did this image arise in so many distant places, so early in human history? Was it a shared intuition, a symbol born from watching water swirl, clouds rotate, or stars wheel overhead? Or was there once a deeper connection, a network of ideas that spanned prehistoric Europe? In Malta, the spiral takes on its own distinct form. It is not crude or tentative, but confident, carved with precision into limestone that still bears its fine grooves today. The double spiral, in particular, dominates the Maltese repertoire. 2 mirrored coils, joined at a central line, moving endlessly toward and away from each other. To many scholars, this shape speaks of duality, life and death, day and night, the cyclical nature of time. Yet to others, it represents journey, a passage from the outer world to the sacred center and back again. The spiral's connection to the feminine has also been suggested. The Maltese temples, with their rounded, womb-like interiors and their fertility figurines, appear to celebrate creation and regeneration. In this context, the spiral may evoke the pulse of life, the invisible current through which all things are born and return. The sleeping lady of the Hypogeum, resting in eternal stillness, may have once lain surrounded by such symbols, as if held in the embrace of infinite cycles. But the spiral is not confined to Malta's temple walls alone. Similar motifs appear on pottery fragments, pendants, and small altar stones discovered throughout the islands. Their recurrence suggests more than ritual art. It implies a system of belief, a worldview where time and existence were not linear but circular, eternal, rhythmic. Some researchers have noted that spiral motifs often appear near acoustic chambers within the temples, areas where sound resonates in haunting ways. The Ħal Saflieni Hypogeum, though subterranean, bears similar patterns in red ochre on its walls. When the human voice hums within its chamber, the air vibrates, creating an almost supernatural resonance. Could the spiral be a visual representation of this unseen vibration, a carving of sound, frequency, or energy? Such an interpretation, while speculative, bridges the artistic with the scientific, the spiritual with the physical. Others take a more astronomical view. The Maltese builders were clearly attuned to the heavens. Many temple alignments correspond to solstices and equinoxes. In this light, the spiral may depict the apparent movement of the sun, a daily and yearly dance across the sky. Each turn of the spiral could mark a celestial cycle, a remembrance of the eternal return. Yet for all our interpretations, the spiral resists confinement. It refuses to be reduced to one meaning. Perhaps that is its purpose, to transcend single explanation, to act as a portal between worlds. The spiral turns inward, inviting introspection. It turns outward, expanding toward infinity. It is both a symbol of personal journey and universal law. What is most striking is how these ancient artists perceived abstraction long before writing or recorded language. In a world defined by survival, they chose to inscribe eternity. That act alone speaks of minds capable of philosophy, of imagination, of faith. The spiral, then, may be the purest message left by Malta's temple builders, an image that embodies their understanding of reality itself. Archaeologists today employ lasers and photogrammetry to study these carvings, measuring their depth and precision. Some spirals show microscopic traces of red pigment, suggesting they were once painted, glowing against pale stone in ritual firelight. Others appear unfinished, as if abandoned mid-creation, frozen in time by some sudden interruption. Each carving becomes not just a symbol, but an artifact of human hands, the fingerprints of a vanished civilization. Standing before them now, one feels the strange intimacy of connection. A bridge across 6,000 years. The spiral draws the gaze inward, its rhythm soothing yet mysterious. It feels alive, as if still turning beneath the stone, whispering through time. And in that moment, one realizes that these ancient carvers were not so different from us. They too sought meaning in the infinite. They too tried to understand their place in a vast and cyclical cosmos. Perhaps that is why the spiral still captivates us today. We see it in galaxies, in seashells, in the structure of storms and flowers. Nature itself seems to speak the same language. The Maltese spirals, then, are not isolated relics, but reflections of a universal pattern, a truth woven into the very fabric of existence. And yet, one question persists. Why did this art, this philosophy, vanish? When the temple culture ended around 2500 BCE, so too did the spiral motif. Later, Bronze Age inhabitants built no new temples, carved no more spirals. The language of stone went silent. Was it forgotten, or was it deliberately erased? Did its meaning become too sacred to continue, or too dangerous to remember? No written record tells us. No inscription decodes their message. All that remains are the curves in the limestone, whispering through shadow and light. Each line an echo of a vanished consciousness, each turn a meditation on eternity. As the sun sets over Tarxian and the shadows lengthen across its ancient stones, the spirals seem to move once more, not literally, but perceptibly as light and darkness trade places. They remind us that time itself is a spiral, history returning, civilizations rising and falling in rhythm with forces beyond comprehension. And so the mystery endures. The spirals of Malta remain as they have for millennia, carved in silence, waiting for an understanding that may never come. They are neither beginning nor end, but the space between, the eternal motion of all things seen and unseen. Perhaps that was their message all along. Chapter 18. The absence of defensive architecture. Across the islands of Malta and Gozo, where the wind scours limestone cliffs and the sea hums against ancient shores, the ruins of the megalithic age stand in profound stillness. They rise not as fortresses nor as castles, but as sanctuaries, open to the sky, undefended, unguarded. Here, among the oldest freestanding stone structures on Earth, there is no trace of walls built for war. No towers of watch, no battlements, gates, or hidden caches of weapons. The stones of Malta's temples were not shaped for conflict. They were shaped for ceremony. This absence, subtle yet absolute, may be the most haunting clue to who these people were. For more than a millennium, between roughly 3600 and 2500 BCE, the temple builders of Malta raised vast complexes: Ġgantija, Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, Tarxian. Each was constructed with stones weighing as much as 50 tons, each aligned with the rising and setting of celestial bodies. And yet none show signs of fortification. Their entrances are narrow, their courtyards open. Their walls, though massive, enclose nothing worth defending: no villages, no stores of grain, no citadels of power. If a modern visitor were to imagine these places without knowledge of their purpose, they might first think of defense. The stones are thick, imposing, as if built to withstand siege. But step closer and the illusion dissolves. The walls curve inward, embracing rather than excluding. Doorways are symbolic thresholds, not barriers. The orientation toward the sun, not the enemy. In a world where most ancient societies lived under the shadow of threat, predators, rival tribes, famine, the Maltese megalithic culture stands apart. Archaeologists have found no weapons of war from the temple period, no arrowheads designed for battle, no fortresses on hilltops, no burn layers marking raids or destruction. This was a people who built in peace, or who believed they had no need for defense. The peaceful hypothesis. Most conventional explanation is perhaps the most extraordinary, that Malta's Neolithic society was remarkably peaceful. The islands, isolated in the Mediterranean, may have offered natural protection. With sheer cliffs on many sides and no nearby mainland within easy reach by the primitive boats of the time, the temple builders lived apart from the turbulence that gripped other regions. Malta was small, self-contained, a microcosm of stability. In this isolation, their energies may have turned inward. Instead of weapons, they shaped altars. Instead of walls, they raised temples. The scale of their religious architecture suggests a society oriented not toward survival against others, but toward communion with nature and the divine. Archaeological finds support this vision. At Tarxian, Animal bones indicate ritual feasting, not combat. Figurines depict abundance, fertility, and calm. There are no depictions of war, no reliefs of kings or conquerors. The art celebrates life, continuity, and the cycles of creation. Perhaps this was a world before hierarchy, a society where cooperation, not conflict, bound people together. Yet even as this vision feels idyllic, it is difficult to imagine a human world entirely without tension. The Neolithic was not an age of innocence. Across Europe, communities fortified their settlements, wary of raiders or famine. In contrast, the Maltese left themselves open, vulnerable, unguarded. Could it truly have been peace? Or was their confidence born from something else? Protected or unchallenged, some scholars have suggested that the Maltese people may not have needed fortifications because they were protected by geography alone. The sea was their wall. With few resources to tempt invaders, no metals, no rich forests, the islands may have escaped attention. To early sailors, Malta might have been a barren outcrop, sacred perhaps, but not worth conquest. In this sense, the temple builders' isolation was their defense. Their culture blossomed in solitude, untouched by war for 1,000 years. But there is another, deeper possibility, one that lies beneath the surface of archaeology and enters the realm of psychology and myth. What if their lack of defensive structures was not naivety, but conviction? The temples of Malta are not random constructions. Their alignments, acoustics, and iconography suggest an understanding of harmony between human, earth, and cosmos. These people may have perceived threat differently, not as something to be fought with stone and spear, but to be balanced through ritual and offering, to defend the spirit, not the body. If their worldview saw all forces, light and shadow, life and death, as parts of a cosmic cycle, then to build walls might have seemed an act of fear, a rejection of the natural order. Their temples, open to the sky and earth, may have been their true defense, a spiritual architecture designed to maintain equilibrium between the seen and unseen. The invisible threat in many prehistoric cultures, defense was not always physical. The dangers were often believed to be spiritual. Disease, drought, the wrath of unseen powers. In this light, Malta's temples can be understood as mechanisms of protection, but of a different kind. Within the inner chambers, the altars, the niches, and the spiral carvings may have served to channel and contain unseen energies. The architecture itself, with its womb-like curves and resonant acoustics, could have functioned as a vessel for ritual sound, harmonizing the community with the divine. Recent acoustic studies at sites like Ħaġar Qim and the Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni have shown that low-frequency tones between 70 and 130 Hz resonate perfectly within their chambers. When a deep male voice chants within the temples, the vibrations ripple through the limestone, affecting both sound and body. Was this design accidental or intentional? To some researchers, it hints at a society that sought to resonate with the universe rather than resist it. Where others built walls of stone, they built frequencies of faith. The question of isolation. The absence of fortifications may also reflect the unique position of Malta itself, neither fully isolated nor easily accessible. During the Neolithic, the Mediterranean was a network of seafaring routes, but small islands like Malta were not regular stops. They lacked fresh water, timber, and metals. To live here required self-sufficiency. The temple builders must have been expert farmers, managing every resource with precision. Their isolation may have fostered cooperation rather than competition. In such a small population, conflict could be catastrophic. Harmony was survival. Archaeological surveys reveal no separate classes of dwellings, no palaces, no slave quarters, no elite compounds. If social hierarchy existed, it left no trace in stone. The same hands that shaped the altars likely tilled the soil and built the homes. Such equality could not coexist easily with conquest. A people without weapons, without walls, and without kings, perhaps they needed none of them. A culture of trust, or forgetting. Yet there remains a paradox. This society's peaceful design endured for centuries, until it didn't. Around 2500 BCE, the temples fell silent. The culture that had no need of defense disappeared entirely. Some have asked whether their openness, their lack of walls, might have been their undoing. A small self-contained community is fragile. A failed harvest, a disease, or a single violent intrusion could collapse it. Others propose a darker interpretation. that their real defenses were of the spirit, and when those failed, when belief waned or ritual lost its meaning, the physical society unraveled. The temples, once instruments of balance, could no longer hold back the tide of entropy. When faith failed, walls would have been useless. A mirror of ourselves, in the modern world, surrounded by fortresses of steel and glass. The Maltese temples seem almost alien in their vulnerability. They remind us of a time before fear shaped architecture, a time when people believed that harmony could protect more surely than walls. The stones of Ġgantija, Mnajdra, and Tarxian stand not as monuments of conquest, but of communion. Their curves invite the sun, their thresholds open to the wind. They trusted the world enough to build without defense. What does it mean that a civilization so advanced in art, astronomy, and architecture built no fortresses, only sanctuaries? Was it wisdom or blindness? We cannot know. Perhaps they lived in an age of peace that could only exist once in human history, before scarcity, before empire, or perhaps they lived under a different kind of protection, one we have since forgotten. The protection of alignment, of reverence, of knowing one's place in the great rhythm of things. The final silence, when the temple builders vanished, their stones remained, unbroken, unburned, unbesieged. The ruins show no sign of conquest. They were not taken, they were left. In that stillness lies a paradox too vast for certainty. They built no walls, yet their memory endures. They carried no weapons, yet their legacy outlasted empires. Perhaps this was their truest defense, the endurance of beauty, of meaning, of harmony carved into the bones of the earth. And as the Mediterranean wind passes through the hollow corridors of Ħaġar Qim and Mnajdra, it still whispers across 5,000 years, carrying the same unanswered question. Were the temple builders a people untouched by war, or simply protected by something we no longer understand? Chapter 19. The Temple Builders' Stone Tools. When archaeologists first began to unearth Malta's megalithic temples, they expected to find the instruments that matched their grandeur. Chisels of copper or bronze, the unmistakable signatures of a civilization approaching the threshold of metallurgy. But instead, they found simplicity. Scattered among the temple floors and quarry pits were tools so basic, so humble, that they seemed impossible companions to the stones they had shaped. Antler picks, rounded hammerstones and flint blades small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. Nothing more. No evidence of metalworking, no wheel, no pulley, no complex scaffolding. And yet, from these simple instruments came structures of extraordinary scale and precision. Temples of interlocking stone, aligned to the stars and enduring for more than 5,000 years. How could this be? The question strikes at the heart of Malta's enigma. The largest stones used in temples such as Ħaġar Qim and Tarxian weigh between 20 and 50 tons. Some were transported over uneven ground for hundreds of meters, lifted upright and placed with remarkable accuracy. Their surfaces are dressed smooth, their joints tight enough that even modern builders pause in disbelief. And all of this, we are told, was achieved with nothing more than the simplest of Neolithic tools: wooden rollers, ropes of twisted fiber, hammerstones, and persistence. Archaeologists have demonstrated how these tools could shape limestone. The rock is soft when freshly quarried, and experiments with replica tools show that determined effort can indeed carve it. But what these experiments rarely convey is scale. To shape, move, and position stones of such mass would have required not just labor, but organization, coordination, and a level of engineering understanding far beyond what we typically ascribe to early agrarian societies. The temple builders of Malta, whoever they were, did not simply build with stone, they spoke through it. In the museum displays of Valletta and Gozo, one can see the relics of their work: hammerstones, their edges worn smooth from use, antler picks, their tines dulled from striking rock, flint scrapers, still sharp after millennia. Each object feels deeply human, tangible, comprehensible, the tools of hands not unlike our own. But the connection between these tools and the monuments they supposedly produced feels incomplete. It's as though we found the brush, but not the technique, the notes, but not the song. The hammerstones reveal impact marks, yet the temple walls display refinement, surfaces so flat they reflect light evenly. edges so precise they form seamless curves. Even the decorative carvings, spirals, waves, and pitted reliefs suggest a steady, practiced hand. Such precision implies not only physical capability, but design, intention, and accumulated skill. So where are the intermediate stages, the crude attempts, the failed experiments? Where are the broken stones, the abandoned prototypes? The record is strangely clean. In the quarries near Tarxian, archaeologists have identified half-cut stones, immense blocks partially detached from the bedrock. Their tool marks are faint, almost hesitant, as if the process required patience measured in seasons rather than hours. To detach a single stone might have taken weeks, wedging wooden beams into narrow fissures, soaking them with water so they expanded, cracking the rock apart bit by bit. Once freed, the stones would have to be moved. Without wheels or beasts of burden, it is theorized that they were rolled on logs, dragged over wet clay, or slid along grooves, possibly the same mysterious cart ruts that crisscross Malta's landscape to this day. Some suggest the use of round stone rollers, found in abundance near the temple sites. Others imagine sledges lubricated with animal fat or water. These explanations, while mechanically plausible, remain physically staggering. Moving 50-ton stones across uneven terrain would have required an enormous workforce, sophisticated planning, and tools capable of withstanding immense stress. Yet the archaeological record reveals no sign of metal, no infrastructure, no vast living quarters for laborers. The temples were built by people we cannot see, using methods we do not understand. This disconnect has given rise to a quiet debate among scholars, and a louder one beyond academia. On one side stand the archaeologists, cautious and methodical, reconstructing Neolithic ingenuity through experiments and analogies. On the other are those who see in Malta's temples evidence of lost knowledge, techniques forgotten or deliberately suppressed, belonging to a civilization whose technological or spiritual reach exceeded our expectations. Between them lies the silence of stone. Could a purely Neolithic society, armed only with antlers and hammers, achieve such monumental order? Or did the builders possess tools now lost to time, perhaps made from materials that decayed, such as wood, bone, or composites unknown to us? Some researchers point to the possibility of wooden machinery, levers, cranes, counterweights, constructed with remarkable efficiency. Others note the lack of tool marks consistent with flint or stone tools, suggesting the possibility of abrasion using sand, water, and persistence rather than cutting. And then there are those who wonder if we are missing something deeper, an understanding not of tools, but of mindset. The people who built Malta's temples were attuned to their environment in ways modern builders are not. They lived amid stone, sea, and sky, observing the rhythms of wind and sun, the softening of limestone after rainfall, the expansion and contraction of the earth itself. To them, building may not have been an act of conquest over nature, but a collaboration with it. Perhaps their technology was not mechanical, but observational, rooted in patience, ritual, and harmony with natural forces, a form of knowledge that left few artifacts, but immense results. Within the Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni, we see further evidence of this mastery. Carved entirely underground, the chambers show precision equal to that of the temples above. Yet again, no advanced tools were found, only simple picks and hammerstones. The builders seemed to shape rock as though sculpting clay. How they achieved such symmetry and balance, with only primitive implements, remains one of prehistory's most profound questions. In the early 20th century, a British archaeologist named Themistocles Zammit attempted to replicate the carving of limestone blocks using replica Neolithic tools. He found the process slow but possible, though his results lacked the finesse of the originals. Later experiments, conducted in the 1990s, confirmed that hammerstones and flint blades could indeed chip and polish limestone, but even the most skilled reconstructions failed to match the precision of the ancient surfaces. To carve a single temple by hand, using these methods, would have required generations. And yet, Malta's temple complexes appear to have been completed in succession, over a few centuries, perhaps even less. The speed implied by the archaeological timeline does not easily reconcile with the slowness of the tools, unless, of course, we are missing a piece of the equation. Some speculative researchers have drawn parallels to other megalithic mysteries across the globe. The polygonal walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru, the massive trilithons of Baalbek in Lebanon, the giant stone heads of Easter Island. In each case, we find similar contradictions: immense stones, limited tools, and unanswered questions. It is as though humanity, at various points across the ancient world, reached for the impossible and somehow achieved it. Could Malta's builders have inherited a fragment of a global tradition, an understanding of stone that transcended the technological limits of their time? Or were they simply the latest expression of an evolving Neolithic genius, guided by ingenuity rather than lost technology? The stones do not speak, but they suggest. Their smooth faces and precise alignments whisper of intention, not accident. In the dim museum light, a single hammerstone sits encased in glass. Its surface is worn to a dull sheen, rounded from years of impact. It is unremarkable, even humble, yet it may have shaped the pillars of Ħaġar Qim, or the spiral carvings of Tarxian. In that small, silent artifact lies the paradox of Malta's megalithic culture: simplicity producing complexity, fragility creating permanence. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not that these tools were insufficient, but that they were enough. Enough when combined with will, vision, and a relationship with the natural world so profound it bordered on sacred. Modern science may one day reconstruct the precise mechanics of their labor, the leverage, the friction, the rhythm of the work, but the deeper mystery, the mindset that turns stone into living architecture, may forever elude us. The temple builders left behind no texts, no blueprints, no manuals of craft. Their only testament is the stone itself, silent yet eloquent, worn yet enduring. Their tools, mere fragments of bone and flint, are the faint echoes of a forgotten dialogue between humanity and the earth. And as we stand before those colossal walls, carved and lifted by hands armed with nothing more than faith and persistence, one cannot help but wonder, were the true tools not of matter, but of mind? The answer, like the sound of hammer on stone, fades into time, leaving only the rhythm, the mystery, and the unshakable sense that somewhere in our distant past, we knew how to listen to the language of the rocks themselves. Chapter 20. Malta's climatic history and desertification. Long before the harbours filled with ships and the cities hummed with modern life, Malta was a world of deep soil, green slopes, and quiet fertility. It is difficult to imagine now, these islands of sun-bleached stone and sparse vegetation, surrounded by the endless blue of the Mediterranean, once sheltered a thriving landscape of forests, wildlife, and fertile plains. But beneath today's arid crust lies the record of a different age, and the slow story of its unraveling. Around 2500 BCE, something shifted. The rhythm of temple building, which had flourished across the islands for over 1,000 years, suddenly stopped. No new megaliths rose. No new sacred chambers were carved from the limestone hills. The temple culture, the builders of Mnajdra, Ḥaġar Qim, Tarxian, faded from the archaeological record as if dissolved by time itself. At first, researchers thought this silence might mark an invasion, a plague, or an internal collapse. Yet as excavations deepened, another possibility began to emerge. One written not in bones or artifacts, but in the climate itself. Paleoclimatologists, examining core samples from the Maltese soil and nearby, seabeds discovered clear signs of environmental stress beginning around the mid-3rd millennium BCE. Layers of wind-blown dust replaced the rich sediments of earlier centuries. Charcoal fragments spiked, suggesting widespread burning. Pollen analysis revealed a sudden disappearance of tree species, oak, olive, and pine, replaced by hardy shrubs and grasses, more typical of semi-desert environments. The land, it seemed, was drying out. Across the broader Mediterranean, the same story unfolded. Around 2200-2000 BCE, the world entered a period of intense aridification known as the 4.2 kilo-year event. In Mesopotamia, the Akkadian Empire collapsed. In Egypt, the Old Kingdom descended into famine and decentralization. The Indus Valley's river systems began to retreat, and settlements along their banks were abandoned. Malta, small and fragile in its isolation, could not have escaped this global shift. Before this crisis, the temple culture appears to have lived in delicate balance with the land, The earliest Neolithic settlers had cleared forests for crops and herds, but the island's limited resources demanded care. Archaeobotanical evidence shows they cultivated wheat and barley, and raised sheep, goats, and pigs. They built their temples not near rivers, they had none, but close to natural springs and coastal access points. Their survival depended on rainfall, thin soils, and community management. But balance, once disturbed, is hard to restore. Deforestation for agriculture may have stripped the hillsides of their protective cover. Heavy seasonal rains, when they came, would have washed fertile topsoil into the valleys below. Each harvest would yield a little less. Each dry year would stretch the food reserves thinner. And then, as the skies grew more unforgiving, the system faltered. By 2500 BCE, the islands show signs of ecological exhaustion. The soil records a loss of organic matter. Sediment cores reveal a decline in freshwater input. Even the sea near Malta reflects increased erosion, as if the land itself was washing away. Temple building, the monumental labor of generations, ceased. For centuries, these sacred complexes had been the heart of Maltese life, places of ritual, astronomy, and gathering. But such projects required surplus, food for the workers, stability in the community, confidence in the future. When the rains failed, when the land turned brittle beneath their feet, that confidence must have withered. Archaeologists find no evidence of violent end, no burned temples, no signs of war. The people who had once raised stones toward the sun simply disappeared. It is possible they migrated. Some may have sailed north toward Sicily, following familiar sea routes. Others may have remained, adapting quietly to a harsher land. Their culture simplified, their myths and rituals fading into practical survival. Within a few generations, the great temple tradition was gone, its memory preserved only in the stones. But the puzzle remains. If ecological collapse was the cause, why do we find no mass graves, no skeletal evidence of famine or disease? The answer may lie in the subtlety of slow decline. Desertification does not strike in a single season. It creeps, a long erosion of hope and abundance. Each generation would have known less of what once was. The old ceremonies may have seemed extravagant when food became scarce. The carving of megaliths, once sacred duty, may have begun to feel impossible when every hand was needed to survive. Perhaps the people did not perish suddenly, but gradually dispersed, leaving behind the temples not in tragedy, but in resignation. This is the quiet cruelty of environmental collapse. It does not always announce itself in ruins or bones. It speaks through absence, through the silence of abandoned sanctuaries, the fading of traditions, the slow retreat of life. Malta's geological record reveals that by 2000 BCE, rainfall had decreased significantly. The island's water table dropped. Springs that once fed settlements ran dry. Forests gave way to scrub. Even today, the Maltese landscape bears the marks of this ancient trauma. Terraced hillsides built to capture what little soil remains. Valleys stripped of their original canopy. To some archaeologists, this moment represents one of the earliest examples of human-driven environmental collapse. Long before the industrial age, long before the deforestation of empires, a small island civilization may have learned, too late, how fragile their relationship with nature truly was. And yet, others caution against a purely ecological reading. They point out that similar aridification events struck across the Mediterranean, but not all societies vanished. Egypt endured. Crete and the early Aegean cultures adapted. Why then did Malta's temple builders disappear so completely? Some suggest that the culture's very success may have been its undoing. The temple network required central coordination, a shared belief system, a collective effort sustained by abundance. When the environment faltered, so too did the ideological framework. Without the rituals that had once united them, the community may have fragmented. The spiritual core of their society dissolved as the land itself weakened. Others go further still, hinting that climate may have been only the surface symptom of a deeper change. The loss of fertility in the soil might have mirrored a loss of meaning, a cosmic imbalance. To a people who built their world in harmony with celestial cycles, the disruption of the Earth's generosity may have felt like divine withdrawal. The temples, perfectly aligned to the sun, may have once confirmed that heaven and earth were in sync. But when the rains failed, when crops withered and the light brought only heat, that alignment would have turned ominous. The sun, once their guide, had become their judge. In the Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni, beneath layers of rock and shadow, the bones of the temple people rest in silence. Their DNA suggests they were an isolated lineage, genetically distinct from later arrivals. There are no violent deaths among them, only the stillness of a people whose time simply ended. By the dawn of the Bronze Age, new settlers arrived on Malta, bringing fresh tools, pottery styles and ways of life. The megaliths were already ancient by then, mysterious relics of a forgotten era. The newcomers reused them as shelters or quarries, unaware of the civilization that had raised them. The stones remained, mute and enduring, while the story of their makers dissolved into myth. Today, when archaeologists and climatologists walk the scarred terraces of Malta, they see echoes of that old collapse, a warning inscribed in rock. The same forces that ended the temple culture, deforestation, overexploitation, drought, are not distant relics. They are patterns that repeat whenever human ambition outpaces ecological balance. In this sense, the temple builders were not only Malta's first architects, but its first cautionary tale. Their disappearance is not simply a mystery of archaeology. It is a parable of survival and consequence. Yet one cannot help but wonder, was the drought truly the end, or merely the final chapter in a larger unraveling? Could the fading of Malta's green hills have been the visible sign of something deeper, the quiet departure of a worldview that no longer fit the changing earth? We may never know. The stones do not answer. The soil holds only fragments. But each gust of wind that sweeps across the Mnajdra cliffs, each grain of dust that drifts over Tarsian's altars, seems to carry the same message. Civilizations rise not only by their ingenuity, but by their harmony with the land that sustains them. And when that harmony breaks, the silence that follows can last for 5,000 years. Chapter 21. The spiral pathways and sacred processions. In the heart of the Maltese temples lies a mystery of movement. To enter these ancient sanctuaries was not a simple act of crossing a threshold. It was a journey, a ritual unfolding step by step, guided by stone. The builders of Malta's megalithic complexes seem to understand something profound, that how one moves through space is as sacred as the space itself. The corridors twist and curve, never allowing a direct line of sight to the inner chambers. Paths bend like rivers, spiraling inward, leading the visitor not just deeper into the temple, but inward, into a state of mind, a slow unraveling of the self. To walk through them today is to feel that invisible choreography still alive. The stones pull you forward, turning you gently from light into shadow, from openness into enclosure, until the outside world seems to vanish. Each turn is deliberate. Each wall, each threshold, a pause in a ritual designed thousands of years ago. Archaeologists have long noted the prevalence of spirals in Malta's sacred architecture and art. The symbol appears carved into altars, etched into walls, incised upon doorways. At Tarsian, spirals unfold like waves or vines, sometimes doubling back upon themselves, sometimes pairing in mirror forms, twin galaxies of stone. At Ħaġar Qim and Mnajdra, the pathways themselves spiral inward, the temple plans resembling the unfolding of a shell or the pattern of a seed. These forms are not decoration, they are philosophy in stone. To move through a spiral is to journey without end. There is no single destination, only deepening. Many scholars have suggested that this was the intended experience for those who entered these places. A physical enactment of rebirth, a symbolic walk through the cycles of life, death, and renewal. As the body moves, so too does the soul. Imagine an ancient procession, slow, deliberate, and silent. Figures robed in linen or woven plant fibers, carrying offerings of grain, oil, or flowers. The air heavy with the scent of smoke and the pulse of drums echoing off stone. They move through the curved passages in single file, each step echoing within the limestone halls. The light grows dimmer as they turn inward. Time slows. At the heart of the temple, a sanctum, small, enclosed, womb-like. Here, the world above disappears. This was the axis of the spiral, the still point at the center of the turning world. Perhaps it was here that initiates underwent rites of passage, ceremonies of death and renewal. The spirals on the walls may have reflected the same path taken by the body, inward to stillness, outward to rebirth. In this reading, the entire temple becomes a cosmic diagram, the universe itself, mapped in stone and silence. The idea of circular movement as a sacred act is ancient and widespread. In Minoan Crete, processions circled the central courtyards of the palaces in rhythmic dance. In ancient Egypt, temples aligned to the sun's yearly cycle, and rituals traced its path through corridors of shadow and light. Even in later European traditions, circular dance and spiral labyrinths symbolize the soul's journey through the mysteries of life. But in Malta, these ideas appear startlingly early as 3600 BCE. The builders of Malta's megalithic sanctuaries had no metal tools, no wheels, and no written language. Yet their architectural designs seem to embody abstract thought, movement as meditation, architecture as spiritual discipline. The spiral, both symbol and path, becomes a bridge between body and cosmos. When viewed from above, some temple complexes resemble a series of lobes curling inward, like petals of a flower or the chambers of a shell. Archaeologists have called this the cloverleaf plan. But this soft term hides a deeper truth. These curves were not accidental. They controlled the participants' movement, vision, and rhythm. There is no haste inside a Maltese temple. The stone insists upon slowness. The entrances are narrow, forcing single file. The ceilings low, compelling a bowed posture. The spaces open and close in alternating rhythm, compression and release, as though the building itself were breathing. This choreography, intentional and sensory, may have been designed to evoke the feeling of entering the body of the earth itself. One might think of the Hypogeum, Malta's great underground sanctuary, where the passageways descend in coils through 3 levels of rock. There too, the spiral rules. The architecture curves, descends, turns back on itself, guiding the pilgrim downward in imitation of burial, and upward again in rebirth. It is no coincidence that the spiral symbol is also found carved beside sleeping or reclining figures, such as the famed sleeping lady of the Hypogeum. For these people, the spiral was the dream made manifest, a visual form of the soul's journey through states of consciousness, from waking into sleep, from life into death, from the known into the unknown. In a culture that left no texts, movement and form were their language. The processions, we can only imagine, were seasonal, timed to the rhythm of the sun and stars. Mnajdra's entrance aligns with the equinox sunrise, suggesting that processions may have begun in light and ended in darkness, or vice versa. A journey through the cycle of the year, mirrored in the movement of the body through stone. As dawn's light spilled into the first chamber, it may have illuminated carvings or altars, igniting the temple's interior with a brief golden fire. Those who walked the spiral paths would witness this transformation, the meeting of earth and sky, matter and spirit. Some scholars have compared these designs to the labyrinths of later Europe, particularly those found carved on Bronze Age stones in Britain, Scandinavia, and the Mediterranean. Though separated by time and geography, the essence is the same. The labyrinth as a map of the soul's passage, a meditation through motion. The Maltese spirals may represent the earliest iteration of this sacred geometry. There is also a psychological dimension. The twisting corridors disorient and slow the mind. Modern studies of sacred architecture reveal that curved and repetitive spaces can induce trance-like states, encouraging introspection. Perhaps the Maltese builders knew this intuitively, that by shaping the environment, they could shape consciousness. Within these spirals, one is invited to let go, to lose the straight path of logic and surrender to the circular rhythm of being. Even the carvings reflect this hypnotic motion. The double spiral, often seen at Tarsian and other sites, seems to pulse with hidden energy. Its lines flow endlessly, drawing the eye into motion. It is at once still and moving, the visual embodiment of eternity. In one interpretation, the double spiral may represent the dual flow of life, descent and ascent, death and rebirth, contraction and expansion. In another, it mirrors the celestial dance of the sun's path, its northern and southern journeys across the solstices. The spiral, then, is both microcosm and macrocosm, the soul's journey reflected in the cosmos itself. When the first light of morning entered these temples, it would have glided along the curved walls like liquid gold, illuminating the carvings one by one. Perhaps the processions timed their movement to this slow unveiling of light, each turn in the pathway marking another stage in the ritual. To walk was to pray. To turn was to transform. Over millennia, the meaning of these pathways was forgotten. The temples collapsed, buried by soil and silence. Yet their design continues to speak. The spiral endures in Malta's art, its folklore, its landscape, the curling of shells on its shores, the eddies of wind across its stone hills. The people who carved these paths may be gone, but their philosophy remains written in form. They understood that the sacred was not only found in images or altars, but in the experience of movement itself, in the slow turning of the body towards stillness, the spiral of time and life endlessly returning upon itself. To walk through a Maltese temple even now is to feel that teaching. The curve of the corridor becomes a teacher, the turning a meditation. Each step is a return to origins, and as you emerge once more into the light, you carry with you the memory of that spiral, not just in the mind, but in the body, a trace of an ancient rhythm that once shaped human consciousness, still echoing in the modern soul. The builders of Malta understood something we are only beginning to rediscover, that sacred architecture is not only a place, but a journey, a movement through shadow into light, through confusion into clarity, through mortality into meaning. And somewhere in that motion, in the curve of stone, in the soft echo of footsteps turning inward, lies the oldest prayer of all, that life, like the spiral, may never truly end, but only return again and again to its sacred center. Chapter 22. Connections to other Mediterranean cultures. The islands of Malta rise from the center of the Mediterranean like stepping stones between continents. Solitary, wind-carved and ancient beyond record. And yet for all their isolation, the stone temples scattered across their hills whisper of connections far beyond their shores. Their spirals, altars and orientations do not exist in a vacuum. They echo patterns found in Sardinia, Sicily, and the Cyclades, cultures separated by sea, yet seemingly tuned to the same spiritual frequency. Archaeologists have long struggled with this paradox. How could a people confined to a small, rocky archipelago have developed an architectural language so resonant with other Mediterranean worlds? The Maltese temples, dated between 3600 and 2500 BCE, are among the earliest freestanding stone structures known to humanity. Yet as researchers trace their motifs and building techniques, faint parallels begin to emerge, fragments of a larger, now forgotten network that once bound the ancient sea together. Across the narrow channel to the north lies Sicily, whose Neolithic villages predate Malta's temple culture by a few centuries. Excavations at sites like Stentinello and Thapsos have yielded pottery remarkably similar to early Maltese ceramics, red-slipped, geometric, and hand-polished. This resemblance led scholars to propose that the first settlers of Malta came from southeastern Sicily around 5200 BCE, bringing with them their farming traditions and tool-making skills. In this view, Malta was not an isolated genesis, but an outgrowth, a seed carried by the sea from one island to another. Yet as time passed, Malta diverged. Its temple builders took the simple village layouts of their ancestors and transformed them into monumental sanctuaries of stone. By 3600 BCE, their architecture had no equal in the Mediterranean. While Sicilian communities still lived in timber and clay, Malta's builders carved temples aligned to celestial events, decorated with spirals, and engineered acoustic chambers of breathtaking sophistication. Something unique had unfolded here, and yet, faint ripples of its influence seemed to radiate outward. On Sardinia, several hundred kilometers to the west, the island's prehistoric landscape bears strange parallels. The Domus de Janus, or Houses of the Fairies, are rock-cut tombs dating from roughly 3400 BCE, the same period as Malta's Great Temple phase. Their interiors are carved to mimic above-ground architecture, false doors, curving walls, and red ochre patterns that seem to echo the symbolic entrances and spiral carvings of Maltese shrines. Some chambers even reproduce the same double apse forms seen at Ħaġar Qim and Mnajdra. The Sardinians, too, seemed obsessed with reproducing sacred space underground, as if honoring a shared memory of womb-like sanctuaries hewn from living stone. The parallels deepen with the arrival of the Nuragic culture in Sardinia, several centuries later. Their towers, or nuragis, though more militaristic in appearance, share with Maltese structures the same circular precision and orientation to solstices and cardinal directions. Scholars have debated whether this reflects direct contact or a broader diffusion of sacred geometry, an architectural code that passed through the sea like an oral tradition. To the east, the Cycladic islands of the Aegean tell a similar story. On islands like Keros and Naxos, archaeologists have found marble figurines and altars dated to around 3000 BCE. Smooth, abstract forms often interpreted as depictions of the divine feminine. These figures bear an uncanny resemblance to Malta's fat lady statues, full-bodied, reclining, or seated in silent authority. Both appear to celebrate fertility, earth, and regeneration. Both belong to societies whose art centered on the sacredness of the human form, not as individuals, but as archetypes of creation. Even the spirals, the recurring signature of Malta's temple art, appear throughout the Mediterranean in the same epoch. They adorn Cycladic pottery, Sardinian rock walls, and Iberian tombs. The symbol seems to have been a shared language of life, death, and cosmic motion. It may represent the sun's path, the coiling of energy, or the turning of seasons, or perhaps something deeper, a memory of the journey between worlds. Such parallels invite a simple question. How? Were these cultures trading, visiting, or migrating between islands? Or were they all drawing from a common ancestral memory? Fragments of a forgotten civilization that predated them all. Genetic studies offer hints, though not certainty. Ancient DNA extracted from Maltese remains suggests a close link with early European farmers from the Aegean and Anatolia. These same genetic threads appear in Sicily, Sardinia, and the Iberian Peninsula. It seems the Neolithic expansion, that great wave of agriculture spreading westward from the Fertile Crescent, carried not only seeds and livestock, but also beliefs, symbols, and ways of building. Yet by the time the Maltese temples reached their peak, this migration had already slowed. The people of Malta had been separated from their nearest neighbors for centuries. Trade in obsidian, shells, and red ochre likely continued, but the sheer scale of temple architecture, carved from massive limestone, blocks weighing up to 50 tons, implies a local evolution beyond simple imitation. Perhaps what we see across the Mediterranean is not the result of direct contact, but convergent memory, different societies rediscovering the same symbolic truths under different skies. Still, some evidence hints at direct links. At the Temple of Tasilg, on Malta's southeastern coast, archaeologists uncovered layers of occupation spanning millennia. Beneath Roman and Phoenician remains lay earlier strata, Neolithic walls and altars indistinguishable in plan from those at Mnajdra. Among the later finds were Mycenaean and Aegean pottery shards, suggesting that Malta remained, across ages, a node of contact in the great maritime web. Even after the collapse of the temple culture, the island continued to draw travelers and traders from afar, as if the old sanctuaries retained a magnetic pull. In Sicily too, echoes of Malta linger. The Thapsos culture of the early Bronze Age built circular stone structures whose floor plans recall the apsidal temples of the Maltese coast. While direct descent is unproven, the continuity of form suggests that Malta's architectural vocabulary may have outlived its own civilization, diffused through trade or memory into the hands of others. To some researchers, this network hints at an early pan-Mediterranean cult of the mother goddess, a shared devotion that transcended language and territory. From Anatolia's Çatalhöyük to Crete's Knossos, from Malta's Hypogeum to Sardinia's tombs, the image of the fertile woman recurs again and again. Her body is the earth, her chambers, the womb, her death, the seed of renewal. Whether this was truly a unified religion or simply parallel expressions of agrarian life remains open to debate, but the resonance between these cultures is undeniable. The sea, once a barrier, was also a bridge. The Neolithic Mediterranean was not an isolated scatter of islands, but a living organism of exchange, a mosaic of seafarers who carried more than goods. They carried ideas, and yet something about Malta remains singular. Its temples, more intricate and numerous than any of its neighbors, suggest a society that dedicated an extraordinary portion of its energy to ritual and architecture. There are no known weapons, no fortifications, no evidence of conquest or empire, only sanctuaries and the bones of the dead. If Malta was once connected to other Mediterranean cultures, its later isolation may have deepened its devotion, turning influence into revelation. Some fringe researchers, looking beyond accepted archaeology, have proposed that these connections are echoes of a much older civilization, a lost maritime culture that flourished before the rise of Egypt or Sumer. They see the similarities between Malta, Sardinia, and the Cyclades as fragments of a prehistoric world whose memory was later mythologized as Atlantis. Mainstream scholars dismiss this idea, citing lack of direct evidence, but the symbolic symmetry across the sea remains haunting, too intricate to dismiss as coincidence alone. In this sense, Malta's temples may be both local and universal, rooted in limestone, yet born of tides that carried ideas across horizons. Their builders could have been descendants of the first voyagers who braved open waters, using the stars and the rhythms of the sea to navigate between islands. To them, the Mediterranean was not an obstacle, but a living being, a mother who connected rather than divided. The more we uncover, the less clear the picture becomes. DNA traces dissolve in salt air, pottery styles fade into generalities, and yet, in the design of a doorway, the curve of a wall, or the echo of a chant, we sense the same mind, a consciousness that moved through many hands across many islands, leaving its mark in stone. Perhaps the truth lies not in proving contact, but in recognizing kinship, that the people of Malta, Sardinia, Sicily, and the Cyclades all drew from a deeper well of human experience, a shared memory of sound, earth, and sky, a pattern older than any culture's name. As the sun sets over the Mediterranean, the ancient roots vanish beneath golden shadow. The same winds that once carried obsidian and stories now pass over silent temples, half buried and forgotten. But the sea remembers. In its ceaseless rhythm, we hear the echo of those first connections, waves speaking the same ancient language that once bound the islands in light. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Temple Period. Gap, there is a silence in Malta's history. Not the silence of neglect, nor the gentle quiet of ruins long abandoned, but a deeper void. A silence so absolute that it seems deliberate, as if an entire age had been carefully erased. Archaeologists call it the Temple Period Gap, a 500-year stretch between the end of the Megalithic era around 2500 BCE and the emergence of the Bronze Age roughly 5 centuries later. It is one of the most puzzling absences in European prehistory. For nearly a millennium before this void, Malta had thrived as one of the most extraordinary civilizations of the Neolithic world. Then suddenly everything stops. The last of the temples, Tarxian, Mnajdra, Ħaġar Qim, were still standing strong. Their altars, carvings, and spiral motifs spoke of a culture steeped in ritual, astronomy, and artistry. But after 2500 BCE, the building ceased. No new shrines were raised. No domestic structures had been found from that period. Even pottery, the most durable trace of everyday life, disappears from the soil. It is as if the entire island fell into stillness. For archaeologists, this void is more than a gap in data. It is a gap in existence. There are no settlements, no burials, no evidence of agriculture or trade. And yet, Malta's limestone plateau remained here, unshaken by natural catastrophe, unburied by sea or sand. The temples remained untouched. So where did their builders go? One hypothesis suggests a collapse brought about by ecological decline. Pollen analysis and soil studies point to widespread deforestation during the late Temple period. The builders had stripped much of the island's thin vegetation to construct their vast stone sanctuaries and to feed growing populations. Over centuries, this would have led to soil erosion, declining fertility, and the slow failure of agriculture. A people dependent on small, self-contained fields could not have survived long once the land ceased to yield. Perhaps they starved, or perhaps they sailed away, seeking refuge across the waters of Sicily. But if famine were the cause, the archaeological record should show traces of desperation. Crude survival structures, abandoned settlements, mass burials. It does not. The temples appear to have been left intact, as though vacated with intention, not panic. No evidence of violent destruction, no signs of invasion or burning, just silence. Some have speculated that disease, not hunger, was the cause. A plague sweeping through an isolated island community could have extinguished the population in a matter of months. The survivors, few and weakened, might have abandoned their sacred sites, unable to maintain the rituals that once gave meaning to their world. Yet even this theory falters before the evidence, or rather, the lack of it. There are no mass graves, no abrupt layering of human remains, only a fading human presence. And then there is the most haunting possibility of all, that the end was not forced upon them, but chosen, that the temple builders, after centuries of devotion, simply ceased their work, perhaps as part of a cultural or spiritual transition we can no longer comprehend. The last generations might have viewed the completion of the temples not as an end, but as fulfillment. Their purpose achieved, they may have turned inward, toward ritual, toward stillness, toward departure. In this reading, the silence is not evidence of collapse, but of culmination. Some archaeologists point to subtle clues in the temples themselves. In the later structures, like Tarxian, the carvings become more intricate, the symbolism more abstract. The architecture seems to turn from the outer world, the stars and solstices, toward the inner. Passages narrow, spaces darken. The temples become more womb-like, more enclosed. Perhaps the culture was retreating, psychologically and spiritually, from the visible to the invisible, from the realm of matter to the realm of spirit. The great Hypogeum at Ħal Saflieni, carved deep into the earth, may have been part of this transition. A vast subterranean complex of chambers, it could hold thousands of bodies. Its purpose remains unclear, tomb, oracle, or both. But its construction suggests a profound fascination with the underworld, with death, and with rebirth. It is tempting to see the Hypogeum as the temple builder's final creation, a descent beneath the earth, just before the civilization itself vanished into silence. Then came nothing. For nearly half a millennium, the island yields no trace of human life. When people reappear around 2000 BCE, they are entirely different. Their pottery styles, burial customs, and architecture belong not to the Neolithic, but to the Bronze Age. They are migrants from Sicily or the Italian mainland, part of a new, more mobile, metal-using world. To them, the old temples were already ancient ruins, relics of a forgotten people. The Bronze Age newcomers did not restore the temples, nor did they destroy them. They left them largely untouched, sometimes burying their dead nearby, perhaps recognizing their sanctity even if they no longer understood it. To these new settlers, the megalithic structures must have seemed the work of giants or gods. By the time of classical antiquity, local folklore already spoke of colossal builders, the Ġganti, and the temples were called Ġgantija, the place of the giants. The myth may have preserved a distant memory of the vanished temple builders, refracted through centuries of retelling. Modern archaeology struggles to explain such a complete break. Civilizations rarely vanish without leaving transitional layers, signs of decline, adaptation, or transformation. But in Malta, there is none. It is as though a page in history has been torn out. Even radiocarbon dating, usually a steady guide, reinforces the abruptness. One cluster of dates around 2500 BCE, then nothing until 2000 BCE. 5 centuries of silence. Could there be hidden evidence, buried deeper or lost beneath the sea? Malta's coastline has changed dramatically since the Neolithic. Sea levels have risen, possibly submerging low-lying settlements. Underwater surveys off the coast of Marsaxlokk and near the island of Gozo have revealed puzzling stone formations that some believe to be remnants of prehistoric habitation. If the missing chapter of Maltese prehistory lies anywhere, it may be beneath the waves. And yet, even this idea carries an almost mythic resonance. Across world mythologies, there are tales of lost ages, golden eras that ended suddenly, swallowed by flood or fire. In these stories, civilizations fall not only through hubris or disaster, but through destiny. Perhaps Malta's temple builders lived through their own local echo of that archetype, a sacred cycle of creation and withdrawal. They raised their temples to mirror the cosmos, then withdrew into the silence between stars. Some researchers, uneasy with metaphysical speculation, search instead for the human-scale explanation, depopulation through emigration. The temple builders, they suggest, might have simply left, sailing back towards Sicily as the island's resources dwindled. Such migrations were not impossible. Ancient seafarers could cross the 90 kilometers of open water in small craft, guided by stars and wind. But if they departed, where are their traces? No corresponding influx appears in Sicilian sites of the same period. No foreign pottery, no sudden genetic shifts. The migrants, if they left, vanished as completely abroad as they did at home. It is this total absence that gives the temple period gap its enduring mystery. Every civilization leaves something: ash, pottery, bones, metal, but Malta left only stone and silence. It is a void both material and metaphysical, one that invites not merely archaeological inquiry, but existential wonder. For what if this silence was not an accident of preservation, but part of the culture's own design? What if the temple builders, having mapped the cosmos in stone and carved eternity into spirals, sought to vanish into their creation, to become myth themselves? The Hypogeum, the dark spiral chambers, the emphasis on rebirth, all point toward a people obsessed not with life's continuity, but with transcendence. Perhaps their final ritual was disappearance itself. When modern visitors stand within the shadowed halls of Ħaġar Qim or Mnajdra, they often describe a strange feeling, a stillness that hums beneath the surface, as if the stones themselves remember something the earth no longer tells. Maybe that is the echo of the gap, the resonance of those 5 centuries of absence, preserved not in matter, but in memory. Archaeologists will continue to dig, to measure, to date, to test, but some silences are not meant to be filled. They are thresholds, moments between eras, where one world ends and another begins. Malta's temple period gap is one such threshold, a quiet pause in the human story, where time itself seems to hold its breath. And so the question remains, suspended across 5,000 years, did the temple builders perish, or did they simply pass beyond the horizon, leaving their stone sanctuaries as signposts for a journey no one else remembers? The earth does not answer. Only the wind moves through the empty doorways, whispering through corridors of stone, carrying the faintest echo of a people who vanished, and the centuries that followed when even silence had a shape. Chapter 24. Evidence of symbolic astronomy. Beneath the unbroken sky of the central Mediterranean, the ancient stones of Malta still catch the same starlight that once guided their builders. To walk among these ruins at night is to feel the weight of a question older than civilization itself. Were these temples built only for ritual, or were they also instruments for reading the heavens? The Maltese temple builders were not random masons. Every doorway, every curved wall, and every alignment of stone was crafted with purpose. Archaeologists have long known that the temples mark the cycles of the sun, the solstices, the equinoxes, the steady pulse of light that defines the rhythm of life. But beyond the solar, some now suspect the builders look deeper still, to the stars. When the first rays of dawn pass through the narrow portals of Mnajdra on the spring equinox, they strike the central altar with uncanny precision. On the summer solstice, the light shifts, illuminating the edge of another doorway. The structure functions like a calendar carved from living rock, but to ancient eyes, the sun was only one of many celestial forces. Above it stretched the greater wheel of the cosmos, the stars, the planets, the invisible currents that moved across the sky. What if the temples were not just aligned to the sun's path, but also to the constellations that governed the mythic imagination of early humanity? A few researchers, working outside the mainstream, have begun to trace patterns that suggest just that. Some see Orion in the distribution of temple sites, a faint mirroring of the hunter's belt and shoulders scattered across the Maltese landscape. Others find echoes of the Pleiades, the small cluster of stars that has haunted human myth since prehistory, appearing in the cosmologies of nearly every ancient culture from Japan to Mesoamerica. To those who study ancient sky lore, the Pleiades were more than stars. They were symbols of rebirth, of cycles of fertility and destruction, often associated with feminine divinity and seasonal renewal. In many cultures, their heliacal rising, their first appearance before dawn after weeks of absence, marked the beginning of the agricultural year. If the Maltese temple builders were farmers as archaeology suggests, the Pleiades would have been their celestial calendar, guiding when to sow, when to reap, and when to gather for ritual. At Mnajdra, Ħaġar Qim, and Tarxian, alignments toward the rising of specific stars have been proposed, though the evidence remains circumstantial. The erosion of stone and the slow drift of Earth's axial precession over 5,000 years have blurred what might once have been precise stellar markers. Yet the very idea that such alignments were possible in the Neolithic age suggests a level of astronomical awareness far beyond mere observation. The builders of Malta's megalithic sanctuaries were not alone in this pursuit. Across the world, other Neolithic cultures watched the heavens with similar devotion. At Nabta Playa in Egypt's desert, stone circles erected around 4500 BCE align with Orion's belt and Sirius, predating the pyramids by a millennium. In Britain, the builders of Stonehenge would later track solstices and lunar cycles with equal precision. In Anatolia at Göbekli Tepe, pillars carved with celestial symbols suggest a world where the stars and gods were one and the same. Malta sits at the crossroads of these traditions, an island suspended between Europe and Africa, myth and reality. Could its builders have shared in this ancient celestial dialogue? To understand, we must step into their world, a world without light pollution, where the night sky was an ocean of meaning. The Milky Way stretched like a luminous river across the heavens. The slow turning of constellations was the heartbeat of creation itself. To those early astronomer priests, the sky was not separate from the earth. It was reflected within it. The temples, in this vision, were not merely built on the landscape. They were the landscape, shaped to echo the heavens above. Modern archaeoastronomers, those who study the link between ancient architecture and celestial phenomena, have noted that the Maltese temples share an intriguing architectural trait. Their curved, womb-like chambers resemble both organic forms and cosmic ones. Some propose that the inner sanctum symbolized the celestial womb, the point of creation where life emerged from the union of earth and sky. The recurring spiral motifs carved into the temple stones strengthen this idea. They are not random decorations, but expressions of cosmic motion, the turning of galaxies, the cycle of the seasons, the eternal return. If this interpretation is true, then the temples were not only observatories, they were metaphors of creation itself. Within their walls, ritual and astronomy were one discipline, the study of the heavens made sacred through architecture. In 2015, a team of researchers used digital modeling to recreate how the sky would have appeared over Malta in 3200 BCE. When the temples of Mnajdra and Ħaġar Qim were aligned in their simulations, they found that certain doorways and corridors could have framed the heliacal rising of bright stars in Taurus and Orion, two constellations deeply connected to fertility myths in the ancient world. In those same constellations lie the Pleiades, the celestial sisters, whose return each year signaled the renewal of life. Even the placement of temple entrances seems to hint at cosmic intent. Many open toward the southeast, where the sun and key stars would rise at particular times of year. Others are slightly offset, as though fine-tuned for an event long forgotten. Yet no inscriptions remain, no clear maps of the heavens etched in stone. The builders spoke through geometry, not language. Their cosmology must be inferred through light and shadow alone. Skeptics remind us that not every alignment is deliberate, that chance can produce patterns where we long to find meaning. But this skepticism faces its own dilemma. The builders did demonstrate astronomical precision with the sun. The equinox alignments of Mnajdra are not accidents. The same minds that calculated those solar events could easily have observed and marked the paths of bright stars as well. It is, therefore, not unreasonable to think that they might have sought to anchor their world in a cosmic frame, that each temple was both sanctuary and timekeeper, a bridge between heaven and earth. The symbolic weight of such a worldview is immense. In many early cultures, architecture was a mirror of the cosmos. Temples were not built for gods, they were built as gods, physical embodiments of divine order. In Egypt, the layout of temples followed celestial and geographical harmony. In Mesopotamia, ziggurats represented mountains linking heaven and earth. In Malta, the megalithic sanctuaries may have served the same purpose, to stabilize the world by aligning it with the stars. If so, the rituals performed within were not superstitions. They were acts of cosmic maintenance. To light a fire at solstice, to chant beneath the open oculus, was to keep the universe turning in balance. Archaeologists have uncovered altars, figurines, and offering bowls within these temples. Some of them are placed directly beneath roof apertures, small openings through which beams of light fall at specific times of year. Imagine the moment, a shaft of sunlight piercing the darkness, illuminating a carved idol, perhaps timed to the reappearance of the Pleiades after their season of invisibility. The people gathered in silence, watching the sky's rhythm mirrored on stone. For them, time was not linear. It was cyclical. Birth, death, harvest, and renewal followed the eternal dance of the heavens. The temples may have been instruments for tracking that dance, a calendar of stone, but also a cosmic stage. Even today, The idea of Malta as one of the world's earliest astronomical observatories feels both astonishing and inevitable. The evidence may be incomplete, but the intention, order, alignment, reverence radiates from every surface of these ruins. The builders saw themselves as participants in a celestial dialogue, not merely observers. When the night falls over Mnajdra and the last light drains from the sea, the stars emerge with startling clarity. The same constellations that guided their creators still rise and set above the horizon. Orion climbs once more from the east, his belt perfectly angled toward the temple's ancient axis. The Pleiades shimmer faintly nearby, like a cluster of tiny lamps in the endless dark. In that silence, one can almost imagine the ancient priests watching too, marking the slow wheel of the heavens, whispering prayers to keep the balance of the world intact. They are gone now, their voices lost to the wind, but their architecture remains, encoded with purpose. Each alignment, each carving, a fragment of a cosmic language that predates writing itself. Perhaps, one day, we will learn to read it again. Until then, the stones of Malta will continue their long vigil beneath the stars, guardians of an ancient astronomy whose meanings still shimmer just beyond reach, like constellations glimpsed through the veil of time. Chapter 25: UNESCO, Tourism and Modern Interference. When the first rays of dawn strike the limestone curves of Ħaġar Qim or Mnajdra, it's easy to imagine that nothing has changed in 5,000 years. The same stones, the same horizon, the same eternal silence between sky and sea. Yet what the visitor encounters today is not untouched antiquity. It is a managed experience, a heritage carefully packaged, curated, and filtered through modern eyes. Since the 1980s, when Malta's megalithic temples were inscribed as UNESCO World Heritage Sites, they have become both icons of preservation and symbols of a deeper dilemma: how to protect the past without distorting its meaning. The intention was noble: to safeguard the oldest freestanding stone structures on Earth, to prevent further erosion and vandalism, and to bring Malta's prehistoric legacy to international attention. But in doing so, something intangible was also sealed away: the sense of mystery, the raw encounter with time that once emanated from the ruins themselves. For centuries, Malta's temples stood in quiet anonymity. Farmers ploughed their fields around them, children climbed their walls, and local legends spoke of giants who built them in a single night. The word Ġgantija itself means the place of the giants, a memory of myth that persisted long after archaeology had tried to impose order on it. But once UNESCO recognition arrived in 1980, the temples ceased to be merely ruins. They became heritage assets, part of a global framework of protection, funding, and regulation. With that recognition came infrastructure: fences, ticket offices, visitor centers with glass cases and interpretive panels. Protective shelters now hover above Ħaġar Qim and Mnajdra, vast tensile canopies of white fabric designed to shield the stones from the punishing Mediterranean sun. They are feats of modern engineering, yet they alter the atmosphere completely. Where once sunlight carved shadows across raw limestone, now the light is diffused, clinical, subdued. The visitor walks through history as if through a museum rather than a living memory. Conservation is necessary. The limestone of Malta, soft and porous, erodes quickly. Rainwater seeps into joints. Salt crystals expand within the rock. In the decades before protection, pieces of carving had already begun to crumble. UNESCO's intervention, along with the Heritage Malta Agency and international conservation bodies, has undeniably saved many of these sites from ruin. Without their work, it is likely that some temples would have collapsed entirely by now. And yet, as with all acts of preservation, there is a trade-off. The archaeologist's trowel, the curator's label, and the tourist's camera each shape how the site is understood. Ancient alignments are now viewed through the lens of guided tours. Sacred spaces are traced by walkways and handrails. The visitor experiences a version of prehistory that has been translated, sanitized, and approved. The temples are not only protected, they are narrated. Even the official descriptions, temple, sanctuary, ritual site, are themselves interpretations. They arise from 20th century frameworks of religion and social evolution, not from the builder's own words. Yet those words, repeated on plaques and brochures, become truth by repetition. Malta's tourism industry, meanwhile, has embraced the temples as part of its national identity. Every advertisement, every travel documentary presents them as evidence of an ancient civilization of peace and creativity, a narrative both inspiring and convenient. It celebrates the idea of Malta as cradle of early human culture, but rarely questions what those cultures truly were. The visitor centres at sites like Tarxian and Ħaġar Qim offer polished narratives, dioramas of priestesses, reconstructions of rituals, animations showing sunlight entering temple corridors during solstices. These are powerful, engaging experiences, but behind the spectacle lies a quieter question. Who decides which version of the past the public is allowed to see? Archaeology, like all science, operates within institutions, funding bodies, and cultural pressures. Interpretations that align with national heritage narratives of Malta as harmonious, spiritual, and distinctly European are favoured for display. More speculative or disruptive ideas rarely make it into official exhibitions. In the early 2000s, for instance, when independent researchers suggested the temples might predate 3600 BCE, possibly reaching back into the late Ice Age, such proposals were dismissed as pseudo-archaeology, yet the evidence cited, from paleogeological layers and radiocarbon anomalies, was never fully explored by mainstream teams. The line between scientific caution and ideological boundary is a fine one, and often invisible to the public. Tourism, too, has its quiet influence. With over 2 million visitors annually, Malta depends on cultural tourism for a significant portion of its economy. The temples are a cornerstone of that appeal, sacred relics reimagined as destinations. But with heavy footfall comes wear and tear, prompting tighter restrictions, limited group sizes, restricted zones, and digital reproductions replacing direct contact. Some argue that this is progress, that virtual access democratizes knowledge. Others see it as a further barrier between humanity and its origins. The more we surround the temples with fences, paths, and glass, the further we drift from the raw ore that inspired the first excavators, or the ancient pilgrims who once walked barefoot among the stones. The Ħal Saflieni Hypogeum offers a striking example of this dilemma. This vast subterranean necropolis, carved entirely by hand, was once open to hundreds of visitors a day, but the breath and humidity of so many caused the red ochre walls to deteriorate. Today, only 80 people may enter per day by pre-booked ticket. The air is controlled, the light dim, and the experience lasts precisely 40 minutes. The result is extraordinary and sterile. Even as we preserve the Hypogeum, we have transformed it into a theatre of control, an antiseptic shrine to our own careful distance from the past. This paradox is not unique to Malta. Across the world, from Stonehenge to Göbekli Tepe, sacred ruins face the same question. How much protection is too much? At what point does preservation become interference? In Malta, the issue is amplified by the island's small scale. Every stone, every discovery has national significance. Yet the voices shaping that narrative are few, primarily government agencies, international committees, and a handful of senior archaeologists. Local folklore, oral histories, and alternative theories are rarely given space in official interpretation. What began as a universal heritage has become, in some ways, a controlled narrative. The temples were once living spaces of ritual, sites that evolved organically, their meanings layered by generations. Today, their meanings are curated by panels of experts, their stories compressed into timelines and signboards. Even language is curated. Primitive has been replaced by innovative, pagan by prehistoric spirituality. In each shift of terminology, we glimpse our own modern anxieties projected backward, yet the stones remain indifferent. Beneath the protective shelters, under the glare of floodlights and guided tours, they endure with quiet defiance. Visitors may come and go, UNESCO may renew or revoke status, but the limestone itself, carved before Egypt's pyramids, aligned before Babylon's rise, continues to breathe in silence. There is an irony here. The same modernity that claims to preserve the temples is also what erases their atmosphere. The moment we step onto the neatly paved path, we enter a simulation, a safe, curated past. The awe that once rose unbidden in the face of unmediated ruin is now replaced by quiet respect, tinged with distance. Some local voices have begun to challenge this. Artists, independent researchers, and spiritual groups sometimes hold small ceremonies or meditations near the temples, acts often viewed skeptically by officialdom. Yet in these quiet gestures lies a yearning to reconnect with the ancient pulse beneath the concrete, to restore the sense of presence that bureaucracy cannot quantify. For others, the true preservation lies in understanding, not containment. They argue for broader collaboration between scientists, storytellers, and local communities, for a living heritage rather than a frozen one, to protect the stones not as museum pieces, but as companions in a dialogue stretching across millennia. In recent years, Malta's heritage authorities have begun digital mapping and 3D scanning of the sites, an effort to immortalize their form against inevitable decay. Yet even digital immortality raises questions. When the physical stones one day crumble, will a virtual replica hold the same power? Can a scanned shadow carry the same weight of mystery as a sunlit monolith? Perhaps what is being preserved today is not only the stone, but a particular version of truth, one that fits comfortably within UNESCO frameworks and tourism narratives, a truth that reassures rather than unsettles. And yet beneath the fences, beneath the pathways and signage, the ground still holds what no institution can own, the pulse of prehistory, buried but alive, the whisper of those who built with hands that trembled not with faith, but with purpose. Standing before Ħaġar Qim at dusk, as the last tourists depart and the wind begins to move across the stones, one can still feel it. The ancient quiet that predates all narratives, all systems, all claims of ownership. Chapter 26. The Unnamed Civilization. There are civilizations we remember because they spoke to us. In tablets, on papyrus, in carved stelae that told of kings and gods. But Malta's ancient temple builders left no such record. No names, no language, no epic poem to declare who they were or why they built what they did. They remain to this day a people without a voice, the unnamed civilization. The stones tell us they were here. The architecture, older than the pyramids, declares their presence in silence. But silence is all that remains. No writing system, no inscriptions, no markings that even resemble a proto-script. What survives are the temples themselves, massive, intricate, aligned with the heavens, and the faint shadows of a people who poured their lives into shaping limestone, then disappeared without trace. Archaeologists call them simply the temple builders, a functional title, not a name. Their real identity, what they called themselves, what language they spoke, what gods they prayed to, is completely unknown. Unlike the Sumerians, who wrote of their kings and cities, or the Egyptians, who inscribed eternity upon stone, Malta's prehistoric inhabitants passed through history like a whisper lost to the wind. It is one of archaeology's most haunting absences. The island of Malta, though small, holds within it more prehistoric architecture per square kilometre than anywhere else on Earth. Ħaġar Qim, Mnajdra, Ġgantija, these are not ruins of a scattered culture, but the visible expression of an organized, creative and deeply spiritual society, a society that flourished between 3600 and 2500 BCE, then vanished. Who were they? The earliest settlers arrived around 5900 BCE, likely from nearby Sicily. Genetic evidence hints that these first farmers carried the legacy of early Mediterranean Neolithic peoples, descendants of those who spread agriculture from Anatolia into Europe. They brought livestock, seeds, and simple pottery. For centuries, their settlements were modest. Then, around 3600 BCE, something extraordinary began. Across the islands, they started raising vast megalithic temples, stone complexes of curved walls, altars, and oracular chambers. These were not mere shelters, but sacred architectures. Unlike anything else in Europe at the time, the builders seemed to possess an advanced understanding of stonecraft, acoustics, and celestial cycles. Yet no accompanying script, no catalogue of techniques, no manual of ritual survives. In every civilization, architecture speaks, but in Malta, it must speak for everything: belief, language, and myth alike. Some archaeologists have tried to give this culture a voice by tracing its echoes in later Mediterranean myths. The Greeks, centuries later, spoke of the island of Ogygia, home of Calypso, the timeless nymph. Roman legends described giants who raised temples before men existed. Even the Arabic name for the Ġgantija complex, the place of the giants, preserves that sense of otherworldly scale. Could these stories be distorted memories of the temple builders, lingering through oral tradition long after their disappearance? Perhaps. Yet even these myths are borrowed voices, not their own. Without language, the material world becomes the only text. The temple walls are their scripture, the spiral their sigil, the statues their psalms. Each structure reveals something of their worldview. The worship of fertility, the rhythm of celestial movement, the cycle of life and death. But the full grammar of their belief is gone. One striking absence deepens the enigma. They left no depictions of war, hierarchy, or kingship. No weapons, no fortifications, no emblems of conquest. Instead, they built sanctuaries filled with symbols of nurturing, round forms, altars, and the famous figurines of corpulent, resting women. It suggests a culture centered on harmony rather than domination, on cycles of birth and renewal rather than empire. If true, Malta's temple period may represent one of humanity's few sustained experiments in peaceful civilization. And yet, peace leaves little trace in the archaeological record. When the culture collapsed around 2500 BCE, it did so silently. The buildings stopped, the figurines ceased, settlements emptied. For centuries, the islands seem almost deserted. No invasion layers, no signs of fire or mass death, just absence. A cultural silence so total that scholars still struggle to explain it. Some point to environmental causes, deforestation, soil erosion, the exhaustion of arable land. Others suggest disease, drought, or famine. Yet the mystery remains. Where did the people themselves go? Did they migrate north into Sicily or beyond? Did they die slowly, leaving no bones behind? Or did they dissolve into later populations, their identities subsumed under new arrivals? DNA studies offer faint hints. Ancient skeletal remains from the Hypogeum and temple sites show close genetic ties to early Neolithic Europeans. But by the Bronze Age, the genetic profile on Malta shifts dramatically. This suggests that the temple builders either disappeared or were replaced. But the data cannot tell us how or why. In the absence of written memory, every theory becomes an act of interpretation. Archaeologists sift through bones and pottery as if through the ashes of a forgotten dream, searching for meaning in fragments. Each discovery sharpens the image, but only slightly. At Tarxian, the carvings speak of ritual precision. At Ħal Saflieni, the subterranean chambers resonate with sound tuned to the human voice. At Ġgantija, colossal stones stand as if arranged by mythic beings. Together, they hint at a civilization driven by symbolic intent, one that saw itself as part of the cosmos, not apart from it. Yet even in this grandeur, there is humility. Unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, Malta's builders never immortalized themselves. There are no royal tombs, no carved likenesses of leaders, no proclamations of divine descent. Their art is collective, anonymous, as if identity itself was dissolved into the sacred. This anonymity feels deliberate. It's possible that they saw the self not as something to glorify, but to transcend. In their world, perhaps individuality was irrelevant beside the greater rhythm of nature and spirit. Each temple, then, might be less a monument to people than a vessel for presence, a conduit for forces they sought to honor but never name. If that is true, then their silence is not emptiness, it is intention. The philosopher Mircea Eliade once wrote that sacred architecture is a projection of cosmic order into human space. Malta's temples seem to embody that principle perfectly. Their builders might have seen themselves as participants in the universe, not its authors. Their legacy, therefore, is not in words, but in alignment. The way sunlight enters a chamber on the solstice, or the way a spiral mirrors the turning of a galaxy. To us, their lack of writing feels like a void, but perhaps to them, language itself was unnecessary. The act of building, of shaping earth and stone into harmony, may have been their speech. Every curve of limestone, every carved altar, every echoing chamber might have said what words could not, that life and death are one, that the cosmos breathes through all things, that creation itself is sacred. Still, the question lingers. Haunting and unrelenting, who were they? Were they migrants from a forgotten corner of the Mediterranean, carrying with them the seeds of a lost culture? Or were they an isolated people, evolving their own vision of the sacred in solitude? Their technology, their artistry, and their sudden disappearance all suggest a story far greater than the fragments we possess. Some fringe researchers have speculated connections to Atlantis, to prehistoric sea peoples, even to vanished matriarchal societies. But archaeology offers no proof, only the echo of a civilization that achieved greatness without hierarchy, beauty without conquest, and meaning without words. Their silence, paradoxically, speaks louder than any inscription. It tells us that history, as we know it, is partial, written by those who recorded, not by those who lived most deeply. It reminds us that civilization does not begin with writing, nor end with its absence. The temple builders of Malta stand as testament to a chapter of humanity that existed outside our narrative, yet profoundly within our lineage, and perhaps, in their anonymity, they achieved something rare, transcendence. By leaving no names, they became eternal. By leaving no myths, they became myth themselves. Today, when one walks among the megaliths of Mnajdra or Tarxian, the silence feels alive, charged with invisible memory. You can almost sense the presence of those who built and prayed here, who watched the sunrise through the temple's portals and believed it meant something more. Their story is unwritten, but it is not lost. It lives in the stones, in the alignments, in the breath of wind that moves through the chambers where they once stood. The unnamed civilization endures, not in chronicles or legends, but in the quiet persistence of stone. And in that silence lies the greatest question of all. Did they vanish? Or did they simply become the landscape itself? Their spirit woven into the limestone, waiting for someone, thousands of years later, to listen. And when we listen, what is it we really hear?